Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for what day is it? September, Friday, September 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. And didn't have my mic on in the main room. Okay, guys, here we go. One more time. Welcome, everybody, to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. You guys on YouTube heard me. So again, a couple of yeses let me know you can hear me, see my screen, so we can get rolling here. Okay, good. Thank you. I was hoping I need a couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. Okay, guys. So yeah, there are only two I'm really watching today right now. The PTCT, not a lot of stuff for me anyway to pick from, but the PTCT, as Real pointed out, yeah, I mean, it's a big gap down, not quite an all-time low, but a big gap down on that news. The interesting one to me is the Iowa. I mean, Iowa yesterday, this was an all-time low down here, and all of a sudden it's reversed. Some kind of FDA news, and also a couple of price targets put on it. The more aggressive one is $38 by Wainwright and $18 by JMP. So there you go. IOVA and PTCT are a couple of the ones I'm focusing on. I don't know if Shady's in the room, but yeah, great call by Shady yesterday on that. I was just leaving the room right around here. I think he talked about getting in right around here in this level. What a run it had after hours, even this morning. And but now it's starting to fade a bit, but it's interesting. There are no shorts available for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Yesterday there were 200,000, so I don't know. They've all been snapped up. So Adobe had earnings. ADBE had earnings. I had no idea this Adobe was this expensive. What a market cap it's got. I mean, the float's 452 million shares, so there'd be more shares outstanding. Times that, what a market cap this has got. Adobe, ADBE, but came down on earnings, down 3%. Now, listen, there are a bunch of little ones that have gapped up and down. I could talk about them. I just don't have any faith that they're going to do anything. Let's take a look at YS. YS at least had some news. Okay, so some of these don't have any news; they're just gapping up because. So YS had some news, granted a patent in the U.S. for immunotherapy targeting chronic hepatitis B virus infection. So it had some news. It's a China stock, low float, 20 million in the float. And yeah, cannabis, MSOS. Wow. Nice move again this morning, almost a 10% move this morning. In fact, a 10% move this morning. Well, at least at one point it was. Well, I guess I'm turning into a bit of a believer now, a little late, but we've seen this act before, but I don't know. This seems a little more strong. Of course, October will tell everything. I think they're all expecting some good news in October. I guess rescheduling this as a Schedule 3 instead of a Schedule 1, if that's the right terminology. The next high looking left is just a little over 10 on the weekly chart for this ETF for cannabis. After that, I'm not really seeing too much more, guys. I mean, again, there are some little ones that are popping, but they just pop up and down. So, with that being said, let me take a look at what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, I have to take a look at APLS. So I see a price target. It's probably there already though. No, actually, it's not. Okay, APLS has a price target of $64 put on by Wells Fargo. But let me get these in, and then we can take a look at some of them, see if there's anything of interest. That one could be interesting. APLS, been a very active stock. Is this a buyout? Looks like this was a buyout here or something. Okay, let me get these in, and then we'll take a look at some of them to see if there's anything that could be interesting in terms of a price target. Okay, let's take a look at MOR. MOR. Hmm. Well, it's kind of there. This is a Goldman upgrade to 925 price target. 925 price target. I guess originally they had a 350 price target. So this is a German company. That is MOR. Morphosis. So I guess we should be watching at APLS to see if that upgrade by Wells Fargo really takes effect. And it's moved it a bit, I think, this morning already, 3%. All right, let me take a look at some of the downgrades. Not too many downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Yeah, I don't see anything that interesting, guys. No big price target slash on the downgrade side. So next week we may have another IPO to take a look at. CART, which is I think some kind of a grocery IPO. CART. They may IPO next week, and because they're saying because of the strong IPO, of course, yesterday with ARM. So they're suggesting that CART may IPO as soon as next week. No fixed date though, and it may not happen next week, but that's what I was reading this morning. It looks like well, I know what they did say. They say they're upping the IPO price. I think it was supposed to be like 24 to 26. It might be 26 to 28 now. Anyway, we'll see. Well, the only reason I do it FinFan forever is just in case we get some kind of a pop because of it. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Nobody's ever suggesting that that's what they're going to hit. But when you're intraday trading, you never know, some little pop because of it. All right, I did see eFresh again, one of these really cheap ones with a low float. I didn't see any news on it. EFSH. I should look left on this PTCW just to see what sort of Where are the next lows? Looks like 24.74 the week of, so last June, okay, 2022, there was a low of 24.87. So it still has some room, almost a couple of dollars to that low for PTCT. LAN was an earnings play last night. Don't think it really did much. Okay, actually it's starting to move a little bit now. When I first saw it, it was basically flat from yesterday's earnings, released earnings after hours. Home builder, of course, big home builder. But Wedbush is maintaining a 123 price target on Lennar, LAN. Wow, MSOS just broke through 10 again, guys. MSOS, Cannabis ETF, just broke through 10 again. Briefly. All right, let's take a look at the sectors. We're in for a mildly negative open. Market has been drifting down a little bit. Let's take a look at the major sectors. So from our toolbar, I click on new and then dock channel bar. Scroll down until I see show more. And then sector status. Okay, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this XLE, this is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see it's at 81%, 81.92% in red, what that means is that almost 82% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. Okay. So look at consumer safe. So trying to find any positive sector right now. Healthcare, 81%. Consumer staples, 66%. Retail, about 50%. Tech and communications are negative. But again, it's a mildly negative open to start. Now, with this big market pop yesterday, I'm going to take a look at the sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average. And we'll cover them all this time. So, yeah, as you know, with the price of oil is soaring and soaring and soaring, there's that 200-day moving average. So energy has been super strong. Retail, probably because the overall market rallied yesterday. Retail probably has put a little bit of a rally in. Yes, there's a nice green bar on the daily chart for XRT, still below the 200-day moving average. Okay, so that's one. That's one below the 200-day, one of the major sectors below the 200-day moving average. Staples has been below for a long time now. XLP, trying to rally a bit there, but there is that blue line on my daily chart. That is the 200-day moving average. So that's another one. I think healthcare was sitting on top of it yesterday or the day before, more than likely. Yeah. So the day before, you can see it was sitting right on top of it, but it is above it now. Some of these I know are going to be way above. I just want to find out how much above. There's XLI, industrials. Yeah, you have to scroll back to see that 200-day moving average. You can tell it was, really drifting down like a lot of the major sectors, but bit of a recovery yesterday, but still above. Chart adjusted here. Financials. Yeah, so you can see last week had a couple of days that it looked like it might go right back down through the 200-day, but again, moving higher and higher away from that 200-day moving average. Discretionary is going to be way above it. Well, not way above it, but it's going to be above it. XLY, sorry. Can't even see where it is. There it is. So yeah, it's quite a bit above and moving away. Materials, XLB. Another one, that was kind of in jeopardy a few days ago, but again, after yesterday's big day, trying to move away from it. And we all know that communications and tech are way above, you know. I mean, look at communications almost at the high, and then there's tech, XLK. I mean, there was a series of weeks here that looked pretty bad for tech, but I mean, it had a rally, little pullback. So only two of the major sectors are below XRT and XLP are below the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, let's see. Anything else sneaking in here? What did I say the next low was? I was on 24 something, right? 24, 24, maybe 80 or so. The next low looking left for PTCT on the weekly chart. Well, guys, now I can say it. I kind of can't wait for earnings season to start again because we're getting into too many of these little ones that with no follow through. A lot of them just no follow through. We're getting the odd one like a PTCT and an IOVA to maybe concentrate on, but pickings are few and far between, in my opinion. Real's been talking about Schwab. Okay, SBSW, I'm hearing. This is Sabangi. This is out of South Africa, I think. Yeah. Sabangi gold play. I mean, it has a little bit of room for $7. PTCT challenging the whole number of 26. Just for fun, what's the spread right now for it? Not terrible for a pre-market, 2602, 2610. Dash to NASDAQ? Did read something about DoorDash this morning. What do you mean by that, Casa? Dash to NASDAQ. What do you mean by that? Oh, I see. I see. This is a New York stock right now. So they want to list on NASDAQ. Interesting. I always think of all these four letter companies, symbols are all NASDAQ. September 27th. So it's going to happen on September 27th. Dash will be interesting. I would have never thought they were a New York stock or an NYSE stock. Exactly. Exactly. William. You know who's doing a reverse split, guys? And I'm sort of surprised. I read this morning that AXLA is doing a reverse split. They just announced they're going to do a reverse split, which is interesting because I mean they had the price over a dollar earlier, but it seems to be sinking on that news though, and they're doing a reverse split effective. I think I wrote it down. Effective at the end of the market on September 18th, a 1 for 25 reverse split, AXLA. Okay, a little bit of a move for IOVA, IOVA. Give me one moment, I'll be right back. Okay, Brush. Maybe did they do a financing? So it's funny. I still cannot see that they. I know they did release yesterday earnings and all that. Had a nice little pop initially. Never showed up in Interactive Brokers. Nicola to expand to Canada. All right. As I said a couple of, I think last week or the week before, I saw my first Rivian on the road in Vancouver. But that's the only. I don't think I've seen a Polestar. I don't think I've seen any other. I mean, other than the GMs and the Kias and the big automakers with their EVs. I don't think I've seen any one of these other ones other than Tesla, of course. So many Teslas in Vancouver. It's more of a truck, isn't it, Andrew? Sort of a like what I saw. Certainly not an impressive looking vehicle, but maybe it's a very utilitarian. Well, ARM's having a nice lift here now, guys. ARM is having a nice little lift. I actually thought this might really start to drift down. Be a lot of profit taking. I agree, and it just pretty stark. It just says Rivian or whatever it says, Rivian, and like nothing fancy, in terms of a script on the back of the vehicle. Anyway, so SPY is drifting down now, guys. SPY is drifting down after the monster day yesterday. PTCT is hanging around 26. Let's see what Stifel has to say about Rocket, RCKT. Uh, Looking for a price target, didn't see one. Great week. Great week for Rocket. Boy, wiping all of this out. That's about what, 2.5 months worth? 2.5 months worth of steady decline. And then in 1 week, wipes it all out. Yeah, so DoorDash, $78 is the next low looking left. $78 on the daily chart is the next low looking left for DoorDash, DASH. I think we're going to see a lot of stocks looking like this now. The SPY is now an hour and 15 down, 1 hour and 15 minutes down. So with this upgrade, guys, APLS is certainly, I think, one to follow. APLS, wow, in fact, it is really one to follow. Look, I didn't realize this. Look at the break here on the daily now. This was just big consolidation. I mean, I don't quite know what's going on with this company, but all I do know is that there was a big price target put on them. Give me a moment. I want to refresh my memory. I think it was Wells Fargo. Yeah, a $64 price target put on APLS by Wells Fargo. Yeah, it doesn't mean it's getting there, but it's just an eye-catching press release or headline. I guess it's not really a press release, an eye-catching headline. That is a big break, though. You can see it right there. Look at all all these new highs it made. There's the IOVA, another one that is moving right off the bat. Now that to me is coming into potential resistance right there. 597, 597, that's the next high looking left on the daily. If it can break through that, then 647 is the next high. But I mean, it's got these crazy price targets put on it. Yeah, it looks like PTCT is going to go without me. I just can't take it this early. I mean, I can, but I don't. But this is definitely going without me right now. And it's actually showing up right now in my 10-day daily breakdown. But look what happened. The alert was at 24.76 and it popped right back up to 25.39. So this is what I'm talking about. My 10-day daily breakdown alert was at 24.76 and it popped right back up to what it is now, 25.41. Look at Planet Fitness. My goodness, Planet Fitness, PLNT, not a lot of volume yet, but okay. So leadership transition. Somebody's been appointed an interim CEO. Rondeau steps down. I don't know if that was I don't know if that was planned or not. Planned by Planet Fitness. I don't know if that was planned, but that's causing a big downturn with PLNT. So PTCT did move back down again. That's a pretty tough spread right now. 24.55, 24.89 bid ask. It's still pretty choppy. Oh, look at IOVA, guys. Well, it hit right into that high that I was talking about. 597, got up to 598, and just stopped right in its tracks for IOVA. You may hear me say look left a few times today, but that's all I do. I just look left. Where is that next high where stock could stall? Doesn't absolutely happen like this, of course, but many times it does. I see cannabis is dropping. MSOS, it got up to 10, but it is now dropping a bit. So I don't know if all the silver plays or all the precious metal plays. I don't know if they're all in play right now, but there's AG. Let's take a look at AU just for fun. Very smart of these people, AU and AG, to grab those as symbols. There's SVM. So it must be a precious metal rally today. SVM, another precious metal. Well, this one, I mean, this again, this obviously was not planned. The CEO leaving. We missed this one real. I don't know. Maybe you did see it, but PLNT. There was no action really. Well, I shouldn't say that. There's 845. There was action in the pre-market. Maybe the volume was so low, it just didn't. But this is exactly what we were looking for. CEO gets turfed because I don't think this was planned. It can't have been planned. Yeah, you see, this is why I'm just sort of souring on these. I don't want to spend too much time on these. Saw a lot of these smaller ones, big percentage gains, and then chopping around in the pre-market. And typically, this is what we're starting to see. So, not a lot of follow through. And this even had, quote unquote, some news. A lot of them don't have any news. Yeah, Unity. Wow, Unity motoring higher. Look at this. Crazy action though. Huge move up. Big sell off. 37.51. I guess okay, look worse than it is. I mean, not a lot on a percentage basis, but just to look like that was it. And the market opens, and hard to know how to trade these. Well, up is up. Let's see, UP wheels up experience. Okay, haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see it every now and then. This was. I don't know if this was really an $80 stock or they did some reverse splits. Airline. Oh, sorry, AA, Alcoa, AA. AA is weakening here. Daily reversal. So this is a daily reversal, guys. AA, a daily reversal. Of course, with a lot of stocks, they're going to look like this. Nice big green bar yesterday on the daily chart. But this is a daily reversal below yesterday's low for AA. The next low looking left it's got some room, 28.11. If this market continues like this, obviously following the market, big stock like this following the market. Well, I don't think so, Shaw. I mean, the market was up, Dow was up 300 and something, so it's down 37 today. So I don't know, but I can't remember what NAD was up, but oh, big miss. I don't know why we didn't see this in the pre-market. The PLNT. I should have been way more diligent. This would have been a super attractive one to look at right off the bat. Anytime a CEO gets turfed. Can't log into IB today. Nope, not me, Phoenix. I've same as always. Kareem, yes, everything is available that you see. Okay, so let me just quickly show you how you can get it. me a moment as I put these links in. So all my scans that you can see here, these two, there's nothing in here yet. The abnormal option activity, but my momentum scan and others are available. If you click on my home, the link I put in, Barry's homepage, click on that, and you'll be at the top here, and just scroll down a bit until you see my scans, that middle section. Click here. There's the moment. There's Momo right there. Okay. But I do have other scans. This will start to fill up. This abnormal option activity scan will start to fill up. Okay. But I do have other scans that you will hear me talk about. They're just on my other monitors. Okay, CBRE. Boy, this has been a choppy one. Look at the bottom and tails on the daily chart. Owl hooting up here. OWL. See if there's any news on this owl. OWL. I don't see any news today on it. I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, the next high looking left on the weekly chart is 1332, so it's got a little bit of room. Really? I'm listening to you guys talking about IB. I still, maybe in Canada they haven't changed because I still use the card for 8 years now. Use the card. Wonder why they would do that. Anyway, okay, as I said, we will start to get some alerts in the abnormal option activity. So this is obviously some kind of a bounce back play right now, trying anyway. Look at this bank, guys. Where are they out of? This is another Dublin. Oh, sorry, Mumbai. Mumbai. So HDFC. Okay, guys, we're almost 15 minutes in. So IOVA did have some news, okay? Investors brush off the regulatory delay, but they said, I could have sworn they said something about FDA was going to expedite whatever their, see if I can see that headline again. Well, not now, Brian. Yeah, there are no shorts for, well, let me see, maybe they've come back. Some have come back. 6,800 have come back. IB has shorts for air. Yesterday there were, a couple 100,000. This morning, there weren't any. They'd all been snapped up, I guess. But now there's been a little bit of covering at Interactive Brokers. There's 6,700. Well, I was amazed they had shorts yesterday on the IPO day, but they had plenty of shorts. Have they been, were there, did you have yesterday though, Brian? Lightspeed, did you have yesterday? Did you have them yesterday? NMRA and I didn't see those. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm very surprised that they were available. I didn't see those IPOs. Let me check my calendar. I'm sure they're pretty cheap. You were right though. Yeah, they're priced. So these should open today. Yeah. They're a little more expensive. You know, these are not the super cheap ones. So we're starting to getting back into these mid-level. Well, of course, ARM was a huge one yesterday. And there's the card. Look who's behind card: Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Bank of America, et cetera, et cetera. Who's who? And that potentially is going to open on Tuesday. That is CART, another huge IPO. All right. Well, I want to be ready for these two in case anything crazy happens. So NMRA. So what I'm doing is I put a price alert, make a price alert. One, obviously it'll go over one. And 14.7, I want to see the structure, 14.7 million, 16 to 18. So when it opens, we'll see if there's a lot of enthusiasm. Will it open over 18? Then the other one, RYZB, do the same thing. That's 17.3 million and around 18. So we'll see. Some pretty big guys. I mean, JP Morgan behind the first one, Stifle. JP Morgan also behind the second one, this RYZB. Okay, let me take a look at AA, see if it's bouncing. Well, bounce, yeah, what a bounce for AA. Iron FE on the way. Somebody mentioning that one in our YouTube room. I know it's not iron, but your periodic table. FE, next high looking left, 38.30. Wow, some room. Definitely some room for iron. FE, First Energy, 572 million in the float, so it's not a low float. Yeah, APLS, had the surge early and then the drop. Let's see, Schwab got down to 57.36 and then it popped back up to 58.16, about a dollar, and now continues to move down. The next low looking left, I know Real has been talking about that one, 56.27. So it's got a little bit of room, a little less than a dollar to the next low looking left for Schwab. SCHW. 'Cause UPST looks weak, guys. Yeah, I actually have Holo thumbnailed. It is having a bit of a move today. HOLO. I have it thumbnailed. I'm talking about my thumbnail charts. A lot of volume. Look at the volume bars coming in. High yesterday was $2. Well, I'm going to stick an alert there. See if it takes that out. If it takes that out, may get a lot of interest again. So far, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The seventh candle hasn't closed yet, but almost an hour and 45 minutes straight down since 8:15. Whoa, AI is getting ugly. AI is getting ugly again, guys. Takes out $27. That could have a big drop. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, somebody is mentioning. I mean, the strike. Going strike last night, affecting all, well, GM and Ford, not every single plant. So, I mean, if you had to be, if you're a betting man, okay, and you heard that news last night, I mean, this is what happened this morning to GM. But look at it now. Unless there's some talk about there's going to be a settlement rumor. Hmm. Let me do something goods. 'No, I'm doing a modem check and we're okay. 900 each way, so we're okay modem wise. Yeah, FFIE guys. I mean, again, trying to bit of a down day yesterday, not a huge down day. Looks like 554, 523 was the high yesterday for FFIE. Look at Mara guide. Now, what's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin is weak. Mara is weakening. I think it's getting close to that 200-day moving average again, or it's underneath. Mara is underneath the 200-day moving average right now. Okay, Mara is underneath the 200-day moving average. Um, I'm sorry, I'm underneath the VWAP. Sorry, the VWAP 982, approaching the 200-day moving average at 959. So Bitcoin is weak right now, as I can see the Bitcoin price. It is weakening, and Mara, of course, is never really rallied with the Bitcoin rise 2 days ago because of their financing, I guess. Yeah, look at MS. You're talking about cannabis rug pull, sure. MSOS, they're pretty promising at the beginning, still up 5%, but the high in the pre-market was just over 10. Again, this is the ETF for cannabis. I mean, it's all going to be October will tell, right? I mean, the DEA is supposed to make their big announcement on whether they're going to, I guess, revise how they categorize cannabis. AMC trying to recover. Well, okay, I'll take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, okay, 8 to 827. I mean, it's up 1.6%. I wouldn't, yeah, I wouldn't read too much into it, but you never know. You're right. No idea. Well, is Ford up also? Is Ford up also? They were both of them up, Ford and GM, or is it just GM? I mean, Ford is, yeah, I mean, Ford had a pop also. AWIN. Let's take a look. Gramps is pretty, super cheap. Okay. Out of my realm, but, yeah, about 68%. So this is how topsy-turvy things are, guys. I mean, look at the U. I mean, if you want to, you think trading is easy. So there's you, huge move pre-market, got up there. Market started to drift down before the market opened. Market opens, huge move up, and now the next candle, look at this. So, really, this is a tough one to trade. With cocoa, since it's all-time high up here, cocoa, COCO, 30, it got up to 33, 33.28 or so. That's about 3 days ago. Since then, now you would think maybe some support around 27 for cocoa. I'm just looking at the daily chart. There could be some support around 27. Real, did you try to contact me by any, okay. It didn't pop up, so okay, killed by the LRC, okay. Thank you, okay. But you have to admit, you was a tough one. I mean, okay, I have to refresh my memory on this PTCT and where the low on the weekly chart was. There's a 2501 low, so it's below that. Ugh, it's hard to look at. Looks like this was the low that I had seen. 20. You know what? This is I don't think there's very much support for this. I mean, I have to go back to 2018, I believe, before we see the lows. So after the choppiness of this, I'm getting more interested. The alert actually happened at 2476, so it's not really hasn't really moved from there. Okay, my 10-day daily breakdown. So it really hasn't moved from there. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert around 2452 and see if it starts to move down from there. And that's for the PTCT. Here's Well, just like that. Let's see what happens here now. Still a little bit. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in it. I mean, but it's just not really wanting to collapse. I'm talking about the PTCT. It gets down to 2450 again. I'll probably take the short and see what happens on the PTCT. Mara is getting closer, I think, to the 200-day moving average, guys. Will it hold it this time? 959, getting closer. This PTCT is just, again, I get so tired of this action, some of these things that you really, I mean, it depends on where you, like how wide your stop's going to be. Otherwise, you just get stopped out. just right around that 24.50 mark now for PTCT. Well, I think I have to reduce the number of shares I take. There really isn't a lot of support for this now, this BTCT. I think I had to go back to 2018. All right, let's see. I'm in. Let's see. And I put a fairly wide stop on it for me. So doesn't matter what my stop is, guys. You have to have your own trading plan, of course. Owl, guys. Owl still didn't make a new high here. Yeah. But look at this. Look at this pullback. 1250, 1260. Topping tails here. To me, it looks like it could fade. It could fade. Depending on what it does at 13, if it even gets there. A lot of shares available. Yeah, a lot of shares available to short for this one at Interactive Brokers, 5.6 million. All right, guys, sorry about that. I'm just wow, look at AA. I mean, AA, big reversal now. Now, as I say, my stop on the PTCT is fairly wide, so this time, so I'm still in it barely. All right, guys. Well, FFIE has been definitely very strong. I think I took out yesterday's high, and it's actually challenging that high of 2 days ago, 545. I mean, if it takes that out, then six is the next high. So yeah, it's got some room. How much patience should I have on the PTCT reel? Give me a heads up. Just one moment. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Give me about 5 minutes. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, maybe I'll play the induce it lower game. Boy, this one's got some room underneath, guys. LICY. LICY, the next low looking left is, well, 409. So I've got about 30 cents to that low. Come on, PTCT, move down with the market. We're now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 2 hours basically straight down. Look at you. Oh my goodness. I mean, this is probably the topsy-turvy trade or stock of the day in terms of up, down. Okay, I'm out. I'm sorry. I cannot hold on to this PTCT. And a wide stop. Just could not. I'm just not interested anymore. Unless maybe if it gets down to 2450, I might take a look again. But so I took a loss on the PTCT. Boy, I mean, you is right. And if it's going to bounce, if it's going to bounce, The low yesterday was 35.26, 35.26. So I mean, will it take that low out? If it does, then the next low underneath is 34.61. I have no idea why I have an alert for this one. I made it on well, September 7th, so a week ago, RPRX. And this is an all-time low. Okay, all-time low now for RPRX. RPRX, guys, all-time low now. Well, I guess I should have taken the FFIE. What a move. Even the owl. I wonder if I should flip the script now for this PTCT. William, Mr. Mr. Bio, assessment of PTCT after this disaster today for them. Well, I'll tell you what, if this gets over 25.56, I may go long. 25.47 or so, taking out the highs of those two 15-minute candles, because this is definitely having a decent bounce. Wow, look at that. Hit it. That's why you have a stop, guys. You know, I wasn't going to get stubborn and think, well, it's got to move down. So I took very well. I got out before my stop, actually. Ah, William's favorite stock, HKI. Can't even see it here on the daily chart. HKIT. I mean, you can see it, but it's hard, you know, to determine exactly what's happening with these candles because of it's being skewed by that one. All right, is this the bottom of the market for a while? We have a bottoming tail now. And then we have a little bit of green. Yeah, Iowa VA is having a bit of a bounce. So you can see if you have our AI, you can see it picked it up at 526. There was an alert for it at 526, and it's at 548 right now. I don't completely trust it, but ooh, I saw that PCT and I thought, oh my gosh, it's PTCT, but no, it's PCT. Well, I did short that puppy. It didn't work. Okay, guys, Monster Beverage, making it wending its way down a bit. Next low looking left on the daily chart is 56, so pretty close. It's at 56.28 right now. So I mean, Monster, if the market bounces at all, you would think that Monster at 56 might have a bounce in it. Okay, guys, I'm still kind of interested in this RPRX. It's at an all-time low right now, weakening. You know, I'm sure there might be some bottom fishers, but I mean, I love the ones that are all-time lows. Well, PJ was in URA. You know, that was his long-term hold, uranium. So it's worked out well for him. I don't know if he's in the room today, but oh, that's a great bounce for PTCT. Nicely done goods. I'm sure William is I don't know what he's going to do. Add some, or I don't know if you've been taken out. I mean, keep an eye on this MNST, this monster with the market. If the market can put in any sort of a green candle here, and maybe another one, this could have a nice bounce in it. Looks like there's decent support around 56 for MNST. Oof, I saw this GFS a little while ago. Look at this. It's continuing to move down. GFS. 58.46 could be a support area. That's the next low looking left for GFS. Okay, well, that might not be a green bar, guys. What time is it? 10:27. Yeah, so this still has 3 minutes to close, and that is now red again. So that was not a bounce. So bounce plays, typical bounce plays, with stocks that are just that have been beaten up because of the overall market, not looking too good right now. Now, something that is beaten up because of earnings or news on its own, probably, not going to have too many bounces anyway. But if you're looking for a bounce in traditional stocks, probably not going to get any yet. Wow, there's been a lot of short covering at Interactive Brokers on the arm. How do I know that? There are now 112,000 shares available. Now, remember, when I looked at the pre-market, there were none available. And then the last time I looked, there were about 6,000 available. And now there are 113,000 available. So there's been some short covering, but this, I mean, it's at the low. Takes out 62. This could have, or yeah, 62. That could have a big, big drop again. I mean, down here is 58. I would say 58 could be a support area, but that's $4 away. Yeah, here they are. 109,000, 108,000. I think this gets updated real time. 107,000. You can see exactly, so. But when I looked last, there was about 6,000. So there's been some short covering at Interactive Brokers. That's all I can. That's my reference. What goods? Well, I hope you didn't get shaken out by William. As he said, well, that's a great, great, great bounce. I did not take it. I was thinking about taking it right around here at a price alert set there, and I didn't do it. That's a great bounce, though. Interesting what William said, though. He only shorts green candles. All right, guys. Yeah, so that was it. Well, it's a sliver of green on the SPY, but continuing down now. All right, guys. I'm looking at ARM. I mean, it's strong. I mean, it's hard to short a really strong stock. I mean, I know it's down, but this is certainly a stock that is on. Everybody knows about. Well, not everybody, but lots of people know about this one now. Now look what the SPY is trying to do. Yeah, I would agree. I mean, if it can get up to 63.23 or so, maybe the high of this candle, the high of the body of that candle, it may go on a bit of a run. Maybe with the market. I mean, I think this is becoming a little market dependent, somewhat. ARM. Wow. Look at this PTCT. I think you're out now, William. 27.17. Wow. Okay. Well, goods. I mean, I'm too bad you didn't hang in there. You do have a knack though at finding these bottoms. Boy, look at this. I mean, showing up on the abnormal option activity scan. Um, yeah, I should have listened to my inner 2658 was the alert. 2658. This is from my option scanner. I'm going to go over my what you're seeing here and how you can have them if you want the scans. It is now 10:36, so typically around 10:30, I go over what you'll find on my homepage. And first of all, welcome to anybody in the room who's new. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern time. William, what's your schedule like today? You're going to hang in there till 4, or are you going to wrap it up at 3? So, what you'll find on my homepage, course, right off the bat, if you want to take out a subscription, there is a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month. Only if you maintain a monthly subscription, you'll go back to the original or to the, well, this is how much it costs. Let's take a look on the monthly. So 118 less the 15% for the first month. The premium is 228 less the 15%. The premium is basically the AI. I think people have the wrong idea about the AI. It's a, I use it like a watch list, try to trade around the things I might see that I like. But if you're looking for something that's going to, automate for you, no. If you do want an annual subscription, I can give you a 25% promo code. You just have to let me know, okay? So, yes, go ARM. Okay, guys, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down. Not a lot of activity right now for me in the pre-market. I don't mean I'm not talking about taking pre-market trades. I'm just talking about, looking at the stocks that I think might be active once the market opens. I mean, we're looking at the IOVA. I mean, the PTCT super active, just the direction I didn't think it would go. Halts resumes is right here. None today. Interesting. None today. Momentum, Momo. My Momo is right here. Okay, there's uranium, CCJ, or the big uranium play. This is the abnormal option activity scanner. So just a word about it. I'm not trading options. This is just another way that I can find the stocks that are trading abnormally by looking at how their options are trading. Okay, in terms of, let's take a look at PTCT just as an example. So today we have an option volume of about 3,300 contracts. That's total puts and calls. That is 9 times normal, 914%, 9 times normal. What is normal? We look at the last 10 days and get an average over the last 10 days. So today it's 9 times that. So that's why it's showing up here. I don't play the options. I don't trade options. It's just another way, though, for me to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And then I can, should have been trading this stock on the way up. And you'll hear me talk about my 10-day daily breakout also and breakdown. It's on another monitor. Not too many alerts today. So I do have other scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at them. There's a single stock window. It's not a scan. It's just information. And this is customizable. I mean, this is what I like to see. Excuse me, what I like to see. Some of you may want more financial data, like, well, let's take a look. What sort of financial data you might want to look at. It's up to you, of course. Fundamentals. So we've got market cap, shares outstanding, cash, current assets, et cetera, et cetera. I don't care about that stuff, but you might, so this is all customizable. No, I got ahead of myself. If you take out a subscription, you must do the get started, okay? No ifs, ands, or buts. It'll take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Morning, Sean, in our YouTube room. We'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top lists, alert windows, etc. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve, but it won't take you very long to go through those short videos. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, there's a series of videos that I think can really help you. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. I do a stock of the day video that you can take a look at. It's free. Trade of the week. It is free. You can sign up for it. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section. We've got a great education section. User guide. Well, a great user guide. Here's that getting started again. You want more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, about the stock races, and price alerts. You'll see me using price alerts all the time. I'll give you a demonstration in a bit. It is. There is that Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over from me. Today's Friday. It's supposed to be Andy, but Andy is off today. So Chris Varley, a lot of you know Chris. He does the Monday session in YouTube. So he'll be taking over for me between 12 and 1. I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris for his hour. I've already gone over my, so again, if you're looking for my scans and you click on my homepage link, okay, you'll be at the top here. And again, all you have to do is just scroll down and here are the scans. So as always, guys, if you decide you do want to take out a subscription, whenever that may be, today, tomorrow, week, month, year from now, all I ask, just use my homepage link, save it, or come into the room, and then you'll have a promo code. Today's promo code is Barry15. Why? Because it helps the room. This is our free room. We want to keep it that way. We use the room for marketing, obviously. There's a cost, though, to run the room. So the company wants to see that, the room is working in that regard. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, just use my homepage and use the promo code that you see there. Okay, guys. Now, MNSO is showing up on my daily reversal. It showed up. So here's my daily reversal, guys. Okay, this it doesn't get very many alerts over the course of the day, but this is the don't repeat version. So this is the first time I had the alert for MNSO, 10:33 Eastern time. The price was 28.50. I like seeing this because then I can click on the alert and see, well, what did it do from that 28.50? If it's in yellow, excuse me, it's a suggestion to go short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay. So 523, 957, it did get up to 555. The market, pretty tough to go long today. FSR was the trade of the week last week. I don't think it, I think it triggered, but I don't think it did much. Remember what the trigger was. Well, actually, yeah, so I can't remember what the trigger point was for FSR. Yeah, so as I was mentioning, our RAI, part of our premium service, I don't mind talking about this right now, 526. So it tried to time some kind of a pullback on it. And on that candle, on that 15-minute candle, if I had a 5-minute chart up, you'd see that blue arrow just refers to the candle in which the alert happened. If I had well, I'll show you. If I have a 5-minute chart up, you'll see there on that 5-minute candle. So you can see that it got, there was the alert at 526, but it actually broke down below it a couple of times. So you had all sorts of opportunity if you wanted to play some kind of a bounce, an IOVA, to do it. Oh, I know what I did. I have to put my sound alert back on this. I had to say music. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Yeah, Goods has interactive brokers like I do. 98,000 shares right now. 98,000 shares available to short at interactive brokers. Ooh, X-Pro. What is X-Pro doing? I'm seeing, forgot we had a 10-day daily breakout for it. Shoot. So we had a 10-day daily breakout for it. And this scan here, 2448. Shoot, 2487. I think, the reason I didn't look at this is because the market was doing this. I didn't think the breakouts would really have that much oomph today. But look at this, all-time shoot. Should have known this. All-time high. X-Pro, all-time high. Doesn't care what the market's doing. XPRO. Meanwhile, it continues to move here. All-time high now for X-Pro. See if there's any news on this one. Just an energy play, energy's been so strong. So XLE is down. It was down in the pre-market a little bit, but right here, that's where I saw it move down, but still overall, of course, energy is strong. You can see there's the 200-day moving average, XLE. Well, I would have traded it before if I'd seen it. I don't see why you say thin volume, 1.5 million. I mean, a lot of it is in the first 15, but 8 times normal, 8.5 times normal. But listen, if it's not part of your trading plan to trade something that looks like this in terms of volume, that's fine. Okay, guys, plant, PLNT, just showed up on my option scanner. I'm very interested in this one underneath that whole number, 50. Sorry, did I say 50, 51? CEO turfed, I guess. Well, CEO is gone. Doesn't appear based on what the market's showing right now that this was a planned exit. Come on down, plant. 50 could stall it easily. That's a huge psychological number, in my opinion. But how about this CPRT? What is it doing? CPRT 4363 was my alert. Pretty good one, also. Again, so on the downside, so if you're looking at this option scanner, if it's in brown, it's a suggestion to short, and if it's in light blue, a suggestion to go long. Okay, that's how it's color coded. And again, with the market doing this, your focus, in my opinion, should be on shorting. Now, if you don't want to short, I can't help you. I mean, there are reasons why people won't short. Maybe their account doesn't allow them to. A lot of it, though, is psychological. Psychological reasons for not wanting to short. No, well, It's on my homepage, Raya Glad. My scanners are right here. Here's the link to my homepage. Okay. So when you click on the link, just scroll down until you see the scan section. And here are the scans that I'm sharing, including the momentum scan, the abnormal option activity. I have other scans that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them here. And as always, just give me a moment. So if you look at this momentum scan as an example and you want to know what it's looking for, so this is an alert window. So if I right click configure, summary. So there are a lot of screeners out there. When I say out there in the marketplace, we have screening capability, but what we're really, really good at is real-time alerting. So in this particular scan here that we call an alert window, we call it momentum, Momo. If the stock is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Okay, it's time sensitive. The volume is 100,000 shares minimum. Now, the volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes is 400% of normal. That's what gives it the momentum. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why we're seeing Alco at 1050. We just well, that's the last time we had a real-time alert. That's the last time any stock met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, that's why Alco was the last one at 1050. We expand that. That doesn't matter. I can get to the seconds, but okay. Now, if you like this alert, but maybe you don't like the price range, okay, well, of course, you can make a change. So if you click on that icon, the dollar icon, for instance, then you can just go into this area here. Let's say you want it between 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100. Click on the summary, and you see how it's changed to 10 and 100. So you have a, obviously you have the option. You can either take the scan as I have constructed it. This is what I like to see, or you can, you can modify it to your style of trading. When you get used to using trade ideas, you may even discover a filter that you might want to add. Maybe take one out. It's up to you. So, having said that, if you do want to create your own scans, of course you can. I right click, configure. Instead of clicking on summary this time, I'm going to click on search. And you can see these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. And at the very top here is the new high and the new low. Okay. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. You want to see new 5-minute highs, new 5-minute lows, 10-minute highs, 10-minute lows, etc. Those are probably other fairly common ones that people use, but we've got a lot of different real-time alerts. And I scroll down here a little further. When you see these icons, these are the filters that we've got. Now, before you start to say, well, I can't learn all that, this is way too complicated for me. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay, you don't have to learn all of these alerts and filters. The only reason we have so many is because when the company started 20 odd years ago, they figured that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their own scans. So that's why we have a lot of them, but you don't have to learn them all. I use just a handful of them and that's it. I mean, what I would do is just scroll through, and if you see something that you like. Now, the other thing too is if you're wondering if we have something. So if I right click on this alert window, okay, so Raya glad. So if you take off the new high, you can get the alert for just the requirements. Well, then you're talking about a top list, okay, which is different. I mean, a top list is just sort of will rank things for you. If you want to see the stocks that are up the most for the day, either from the change from the open or the change from the close, or what stocks have the highest relative volume, rank them like that. That's what a top list does. But what an alert window does is with all the filters satisfied, you'll get a real-time alert depending on what alert you use. I'm using a new high of the day alert, but of course, if you use a new, you can, well, you can choose whatever alert you want, real-time alert. But if you just want to see the stocks that satisfy the filter requirements, yeah, you can do that. Where was I? I lost my train of thought. Yeah, you're going to try to play bounce plays right now. You probably, unless you get very lucky, unless something is really just trading completely on its own, it doesn't care what the market's doing. I mean, this market is really selling off now. So, Raya Glad, did that make sense? Sorry, I don't have a top list window open right now, but the nice thing about a top list window is that you can sort on the different columns that you have. So if you wanted to, just see the stocks that were up the most from the close or up the most from the open, as long as you have a column up here, then you just click on it and it sorts on that on the column. Yes. Phew. Okay, so you understand how to use trade ideas. Okay, I wasn't sure if you were brand new. Well, guys, I was going to say something more profound, but I can't remember what it was. VWAP, VWAP, VWAP. Okay. And of course, there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. I mean, I just happen to be somebody who likes to see the new highs and the new lows for the day and see those stocks. Those are the most active stocks with all the filters in place, of course. And those are the ones I like to see. But, that doesn't necessarily mean that's what you sitting out there wants to see. But that's why we have all the different alerts and filters that you can construct something that suits your trading plan. Now, do you guys hear my little cat? I was wondering about the noise canceling. Okay, guys, 11:03. So yeah, in about an hour, I'll be taking my break. I don't know the shot that Steve was bullish on the SPY. I know he was in there yesterday and was talking about the SPY, but I just think that I think his It's very difficult to swing trade right now. People always are asking us, "You have a good scan for swing trading?" You know what? We've got guys that trade ideas that, that's what they like to do, swing trading, and they're finding it very, very difficult. Now, there's obviously things like I guess what PJ did with uranium and a few others, but overall swing trading is very, very difficult. I'm not a swing trader, so it doesn't really affect me, but I don't know what I would do if I were purely a swing trader trying to figure out what to do. I really don't know what I would do. Well, I would be looking at a weekly chart, a monthly chart, and all that, but I still don't know. But you know what? That's because I'm not geared that way. I'm not or wired that way. Maybe if I were wired that way, I have a better look at this FFIE. Next high looking left is 604 605. Yeah, you better have the sector on your side if you're going to swing trade. Obviously, swing trading energy plays over the last while has been, that's been the way to go. XLE. I mean, look at XLE. But it all depends where you're going to put your stop. What stock are you going to pick, in the energy sector? You can use things like our stock composite rating. I don't talk about it very often, but I probably should talk about it a little bit more. So the stock composite rating, anything over 80 is pretty good. So what the stock composite rating is, it's a combination of technicals and fundamentals, okay? Strong technicals and strong fundamentals. So anything over 80 is considered pretty strong. But that doesn't mean that you just, pile in. If I were a swing trader, though, that's probably what I would probably look at a lot more, is what is that stock composite rating? Give me 1 minute. So I actually do have a top list. Yes, yes, yes. Finally, this is what I was looking for. So I do have a top list that's based on the stock composite rating. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so in this particular top list window, that's what it's looking for. These are in theory strong stocks. Now, does it have to be a strong stock today? Not necessarily, but you're talking longer term. The value was at least 90. That is very, very high. I mean, 100 is the top. Okay, so I'm looking for stocks between 50 cents. I mean, of course, you can adjust this 50 cents and $50, 100,000 shares minimum. This EPS that I use here. This is just a bit of a hack in order to make sure I don't see ETFs. Okay, so I put this in. This is an earnings per share. Obviously, stock ETFs don't have earnings per share, so it eliminates those. The only issue can be sometimes it'll also eliminate some foreign stocks. I find that some of the Israeli stocks, they for whatever reason they seems to block them, even though they are stocks. But anyway, it doesn't happen very often. So you can see right here, I've sorted it on the highest score. So there's the X Pro. Now, why X Pro? Well, as I said before, this was making an all-time high. But it's not just all about that. It's looking at obviously the technicals have to be great. I mean, if these are obviously this stock is obviously going to be over the 20 and the 50 and the 100 or 200-day moving averages. I don't know what else other technicals are used, in this particular filter. But also, if you look at the fundamentals, and I don't look at fundamentals, but I guess if you did, you'd probably see a rise quarter to quarter in earnings, things like that. Okay. So this is why this is such a high score rating. So if I were going to swing trade, I would probably use something like this and try to analyze, if I were going to take this right now, I'd say, okay, where am I going to put my stop though? Let's take a look at MIR. This is another one that was an all-time high yesterday, I think. MIRM. Yeah, look at that, lifetime high, 100%. So that's another one. That's why it's strong. Obviously, very strong technicals. I have no idea, their fundamentals, but obviously it has to be strong. So it's not just a matter of having strong technicals. They have to be strong fundamentally too, according to the filters that we're using. So these stocks are down today, but they're still, strong based on this composite rating. So there's the LI. Does that mean? So I would, if you're really interested in swing trading, I'd probably take a look at something like this. And you can always expand it, of course. I've got a rating of minimum of 90, so if I wanted to, I could change it to 80. I think anything over 80 is probably pretty good. So that's going to expand the list if that's what you want, or you could be more selective. Okay. Now, if you click on one of these and you say, well, wait a minute, how can that possibly be a great score rating? I mean, don't ask me how exactly it's all calculated in term. I almost guarantee that technically it'll be good. Over all those moving averages. Fundamentally, I'm not sure exactly what it's looking at, but my guess is, it probably looks at income to debt ratio, quarterly revenue growth, things like that. Things so stock has to be strong, has to be making money, probably. Okay, so these are all the different fundamental filters that we have. But I've never seen it. I don't know exactly what it all uses, but you can have it. I'll pop this in. All right, so there is that stock composite rating if you're interested. Again, I'm not a swing trader and I don't really pay that much attention to it because as an intraday trader, I could look at something that says, I think 40 is our minimum. And so if I were swayed by that, but I'm an intraday trader, so I don't really care. As the most garbage stock in the world can be just having a great day for whatever reason. Okay. And that's all I care about. Look at this stock composite rating for Holo, 47. Okay. Oh, if Holo, look, oh, what a mess. But if Holo all of a sudden, caught a bid and started to run and run and run, do I care that the stock composite rating is 47 as an intraday trader? Of course not. Well, Plant gave me some, but I got close to the 50 level. Got close, but not Plant, PLNT. Very, very close to the 50 level. And that's what I was saying. I thought maybe that would stop it. That's so far. So I'm out of it now. It was a decent short, not fabulous, but a decent short. But look at this market. Holy smokes. We were now, let's see, 8:15 to 11 o'clock. 2 hours and 45 minutes. Straight down. Okay, guys, let's take a look at huge. Yeah, I guess it's got a little bit of room to tube. I think it's going to get there, but look at APLS. Shoot, I forgot to keep watching that one. It had the big pop, then the drop. Now the move up, moving against the market completely. Some pretty lofty price targets put on it. I think it was $65. I think it was Wells Fargo, either 65 or 68. Here we go. 64 hit the post. $64. Looks like ARM is coming into that magic. Get ready, goods. I'm sorry, I'm wrong. I thought it was closer to the VWAP than it was. Still 98,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers for ARM. So again, if you're out there and you're kind of new to this room, don't be shy. You can ask questions. Don't worry that you think you're bothering me or taking away from my trading. If I'm in a trade that requires 100% concentration, I'll certainly let you know. But don't be shy. Ask questions. Keeps me busy. This I don't know. Is this ironic or something? Done in Bradstreet, the rating people with a stock composite rating of 42, basically the lowest that we go to. I mean, 40 is the lowest. I guess what, nobody uses them anymore? 954, man, 954 on the weekly chart. 948, sorry, is the next low looking left. I still have my two favorite symbols of all time, especially when it's tanking. Guess what? I guess it's no longer. DNR, do not resuscitate. I guess it is no longer. That's how bad it was. Somebody will tell me what happened to this. Did it disappear? Did it get bought out? And then my other favorite symbol of all time, And I'm sure it's lost in translation, but this is a Brazilian stock, a food company, and I look at this and I just it barfs for a food company. Excuse me, Dawn may be coming into a support area, 1350 area for Dawn. Very choppy looking daily chart though. That's DAWN. All right, maybe the market has put in a bit of a bottom. Maybe. I mean, that's a giant red candle. That's the biggest red candle of the day in terms of size. Couple of, a narrow red candle on that 15-minute chart, a little sliver of green. So maybe the market's put in a bit of a bottom. All right, guys, ARM is actually getting interesting. Now it's well below the VWAP, 65.42. So it's a dollar below the VWAP, but it's definitely on the move here. Looks like that 62 level held. Okay, where could this go? APLS, I think it's at the high of the day. Yep. I mean, look at the room it's got on the daily chart. $54 is the next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, but I mean, look at the room it's got. So, I mean, we can make fun of the analyst upgrades and all that, but I mean, there's no other reason that I can see for APLS to be up 7% other than that upgrade by Wells Fargo. Now, it doesn't mean it's going to get to $64, of course, but ACB. So some of you have been looking at this ACB. So now it is at a dollar, trying to get to a dollar anyway. Okay, just a minute. European Union guys, EU on the way up here. Now I don't know anything about this one. EU, I don't know if this is an IPO or a SPAC that turned into EU or a symbol change. I mean, there's so many other reasons, why or reasons why. I doubt this was an IPO, but anyway, it you can tell the position and lifetime range. You can tell that this must have been another symbol or something else before, because the high right there is 299 and we're at 316. So that should have said 100% if this truly were like an IPO today or at that time. So my guess is that it's either a symbol name change. Somebody will know. Hmm. Interesting though. Seven times normal. It's a big float, 141 million in the float. Engages acquisition, exploration, and resource projects. Well, they've got a lot. Okay. Well, let's see if this bar, this 15-minute candle can remain green. This will have another little over 4 minutes for this to close. Well, this was a good one, guys. I didn't take it, CPRT. I thought maybe this might block it, but not yet. Anyway, 42.93. The next low looking left is 42.79. I mean, you can see the bottoms of these, all those. Wow, this is a big area right here, 42.69. I think I have to set a price alert right there, because look at this weekly chart for CPRT. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weeks where that was kind of the low. And today it's challenging that. If it breaks down through that, the next low on the weekly chart is underneath 40, just around 40, sorry. So about almost $3 to the next low if it can take that out. Now, this may hold it, right? I mean, this may prove to be a lot of support, and maybe it bounces off. But this is definitely a huge area for to try to hold the 4260 for CPRT. What do you think, Goods? You're a master of the bounce. Well, I mean, in fact, in the market's bouncing just a little bit. I mean, this is basically been following the market, straight down. My only issue with it is, of course, it's so close to the whole number. I hate taking stocks so close to the whole number, but No, no, no. I'm long gone, Bob. The plant short, long gone. Remember, I was saying I thought 50 might hold it. Such a hugely psychological number, in my opinion. And it got close. It got down to 50-15. So right at that point, when it started to move higher, I said, okay, that's it. I was thinking about reshorting it if it got underneath 50 in a big way, but of course it didn't do that. So no, so I'm long gone the plant short. Why do you like it for a bounce? Gramps. Okay, I'll take a look. Again, these are stocks that I don't typically look at stocks under a dollar, but that doesn't mean others don't. So let's take a look at the LIFW. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Talk about under a dollar. So you obviously like these sort of stocks. I mean, listen, if you can figure out a way to get into these, understand. I mean, 8 cents to 19 cents, of course, 253%. You've got to take a lot of shares. 484 million have traded, so it's traded the float double. So if you're in this one, I'd be looking at this. Looks like 22 could hold it. But on the other hand, if I had looked at this, I may have thought that, well, it got over this area here, the 8 cents. I may have thought that this would have held it, perhaps 16. I don't know if it's stalled there. Doesn't look like it did. But to 55, I think that would be, I see what you're looking at maybe on the weekly here, but that would, to me, that would be a stretch today. I mean, maybe down the road, but that would be a stretch. I did actually, I don't know if I still have it. See if I still have it. Penny, do I still have anything to do with penny stocks? No. Simple enough to do, though. You can take any one of my scans, of course, and just change the price range. Yeah, so I'm sorry, guys. I just got distracted there. I'm kind of watching this CPRT. So yeah, you can take any one of my scans, of course. So if you wanted a momentum play, but based on penny stocks, you'd have to do a couple of things. Uh, Click on the configure. So you could take this momentum scan, so you don't have to do anything from scratch, and then make a change to the price range, of course. Where are you? Make a change to the, I don't know why all these things are up here at the top, but anyway, make a change to the price range. So if you want to go 10 cents or 8 cents to a dollar. And then the other thing you'd have to probably want to do, because a lot of these really cheap ones they're pink sheet stocks, you would want to check the exchanges. So you'd probably want to check the pink sheets, and whatever these are, OTC QB and OTC QX. Okay, you would probably want to check those. Not that that other one, I don't even know if it was a pink sheet stock. LF LIFW. No, it's hard to believe it's a Nasdaq stock. I mean, it's been underneath a dollar for a long, long time. But anyway, that's what you can do. If you want to follow, if you want to create a penny stock scan, you can take the Momo, change the price range to whatever you want, and then also make sure you check the pink sheets in the exchange section. Ah, this one. MM, guys, AMAM. Okay, through the 200-day moving average, looking left, and this has got 750. There's the next low looking left. I'm sure it's near, yeah, at the bottom of a channel, but let's see what happens here. If it can hold under 9. So why don't I do that? Anybody who's looking for penny stocks, okay? So what I'm going to do, I'm going to click on this. I'm going to duplicate the scan. I'm going to duplicate the scan, and then I'm going to change. I'm going to go into the price range, and I'll make it, I'll go all the way down to a nickel, 5 cents to a dollar. Okay, so now we're at 5 cents and a dollar. I'll keep everything else the same. You guys can make the change, any other changes you want. And the only other thing I'll do is I'll check the pinks. I'll check all these guys. Okay. And I'll click on the summary again, and I'll call this, I used to call this penny stock explosion. So anybody who's interested in, some of these really cheap ones, okay, so now I've saved it into my cloud, and from my cloud to your cloud. Oh, let's see for fun. GNLN, it showed up. And of course, you can make a change to the alert. I mean, if you want to be a new 5 minute high or new 10 minute high, whatever you want. This is right now constructed high of the day. We are open now, guys. RYZB just opened, and boy, that's a big one. $18 was the IPO price at 18, so it's above the IPO price. Okay. Is it an IPO today? Good time for these IPOs to come out, after yesterday's ARM success. And here's a quirk about our Halts resume scan. So you can see that it showed up here. I would say that at least 90% of IPOs will show up as a resumption, a resume. Okay, guys. So, a couple things I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to put. By the way, this is how you create a price alert. Okay, I say I use price alerts all the time. So just go to whatever chart you want. I'm on a 15-minute chart right here. I move my pointer. There's a dotted line that'll follow along. If I can eyeball it where I want it, if I want to put it at the high of the day, so I just right click, create price alert. Okay, now if that's the price I want, the 25.71, then I can just say save. I typically don't put any notes in. The only time I put notes in is when it is an IPO, because I want to see how many shares and what the IPO price was. Otherwise, how would I really know if this was if this were really something that is people are being enthusiastic about right now, unless I knew that it was supposed to. Well, the IPO was priced at around 18, so obviously over at 25 right now, there's enthusiasm for it. So I don't. Well, if you want to put a note in, that's okay, but I typically don't. Later on in the day, if this takes out the daily high, there's a possibility that'll take the trade. Well, there you go. Now it's too early for me. Okay, what I was hoping for is that it would stick around the 25 mark, and then later on in the day, it would take out that high. It's just too early for me to do it. So now I'll reset that. Well, you see what happened. And so to use the price alert window, you click on there and see what happens when we get the price alert. If you minimize the window, it'll pop up on your screen. If you sort on the trigger time column, it'll show up right at the top. I also put a sound alert on it, so I can't miss it. If I wander away from my computer, I'll hear the sound. I'm racing back to see what's happening. Okay, and price alerts are right here. Click on new, and then price alerts. Where are you? Price alerts window right there. Okay. Oh yeah, it's very whippy to start. There's no question. It's very whippy to start. Valued at nearly $1 billion. Now, there were some big names behind this. I think JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs or some, I think there were some big names behind this one. The best thing that can happen to this one, and if the other one does actually at the NMRA opens today, is for ARM to continue to be strong. What you don't want to see is a big sell-off for ARM, because the reason why these IPOs, I mean, this has been, we're only 2 days in, but this has been a very successful IPO. There was no guarantee it was going to be. I mean, it was IPO price, I think, at 51. It opened up higher than that, and of course, it got all the way up to 69 this morning. But what if it opened at 50 and then just sort of cruised down? Would have taken the would not have made then these IPOs that attractive, more than likely. And that's why this cart next week, as long as ARM and these rest of them probably stay strong, it'll probably open next week. It's supposed to open on Tuesday. CART, and a bunch of big names behind that one. So I don't have a cloud link for my layout. Okay. The reason I don't do that is because not everybody wants everything you see on the screen. Okay. So that's why what I do is you can go to my home page and pick and choose what you want. Okay. So I just put my homepage link there. So if you click on it, then all you have to do, you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down until you see my scans, and then you can pick and choose what you want. There is the abnormal option activity is here. There is the momentum, Momo right there. This is the halts resumes if you want to have that. I don't, and then you can create your own charts. I mean, you may not want the same uh, time frames that I have, so you can just create your own charts. Okay. And then this window here, which I should use more often as a demo, I get so wrapped up in doing other things, but it just it's our simulator. Basically, I call it our simulator. How you can practice trading using our real time data. Now, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using the web based version, this is not available. And you'll see also, of course, in my scans section, there are other scans that I'm sharing, including my 10-day daily breakouts and down. Don't get too many alerts. You heard me talking maybe earlier about a daily reversal scan. So these are looking for stocks that look like this MNSO. Okay, stocks that look like this had a big day yesterday, at least up 5%, but moving down today, taking out the low of yesterday. That's what that scan is looking for. That's a daily reversal scan. Oh, good, Bob. Let's see that or hear that. This is from our YouTube room. Wow, 11:46. It's been a fast morning for me. So Chris Varley will take over for me. It's not Andy today. He's taking a day off. So Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room in about 15 minutes or less, actually 13 minutes, probably a little earlier. He usually shows up a little bit earlier. And I'll put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Chris. It's always a good idea. The 12 to 1 slot is taken over by usually 5 different traders. So on Monday we have Chris, and then on Tuesday we have Michael Nas, Jamie on Wednesday, Steve Gomez on Thursday, and usually it's Andy today. And they all have different trading styles. So I think it's probably a good idea to listen to what they have different scans themselves too. So good idea to go over and listen to whoever is there when I take my breaks between 12 and 1. Chris Varley. I bet he's never heard that before. As in all his life, more than likely. Yeah, Steve Gomez from Breaking Bad, exactly. This the way this arms is trading. Give me a moment. Sometimes my oh, well, that's why it's not called arms. Arm is trading. There's the VWAP, guys, 65.33. So it's about $1 away. It could have a bit of a run into the VWAP and then maybe stall. Do I enter my trades consistently in the same place? I don't know what you mean by that, Ben. I mean, I have a trading style, if that's what you mean. And Rambus, okay, Rambus. Let's take a look at, I know Rio mentioned Rambus earlier. Oh, I see. Well, because I'm a momentum trader, Ben, I mean, you hear me say this all the time. So let's just say, for argument's sake, Rambus was going the other way. Okay. And I would look at this because I'm always, all these alerts are showing me stocks near the, right at the low or the high of the day. So when I click on them, so imagine if Rambus was showing up here at $60, okay? Instead of moving down, it was moving higher. And it showed up in my momentum scanner. So the first thing I do is that I look left. And if I'd seen that and I look left, I mean, there's room to 63.57 before it hits the next high. That's my style of trading. I'm always going to look, when I get the alert, I look left on the daily. If I didn't see anything on the daily chart, so what I mean by that is, let's just say all of this was underneath, the current price. Then I start looking at the weekly chart to see, okay, where is the next high? Because I'm always looking to see, okay, I don't want to see any chart resistance. So if I'm going to take a trade, the chart resistance, which could be the next high of, the next high in the daily or the weekly, it could stall it. I've seen it so many times, even if just one day at a high, it could stall it. So I want to see that far enough away to make the risk reward look good. Okay. So, but that's my style of trading. Now, I will do things, every now, like the plant PLNT actually was at the low of the day. I'll try to play. I mean, I'm not a good bounce player. When I say it like that, it's that I don't concentrate on bounce plays too much. Okay, I do have some scans that I used to use, but I've just found that my style of trading, you can get too overwhelmed by trying to look at too many different setups and patterns all day long. So I decided a long time ago that I would just concentrate on stocks near the high or the low of the day. But doesn't mean I won't take any sort of a bounce play. It's just that I don't really look for them that much. Not that YouTube room said that. Okay, guys. Chris usually shows up about 5 minutes before, so I'm not saying he's going to right now or today, but so I'm going to put my announcement in on a break and back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Okay. And here is the link to get into YouTube. He's not there yet, but he'll be there momentarily. Ovi, what VWAP do you have? There was a bit of we had a different VWAP from others yesterday for ARM 65.29. So let me take a look. Okay, close enough. 65.32. Okay, so it's close enough. So yeah, coming into the VWAP, what will it do there? 66.51. I mean, even if it got through the VWAP somehow, that looks to me like it could be some resistance. What caused the sell-off? I really don't know, Marty. I don't know what caused the sell-off. Maybe some, yeah, some manufacturing report, maybe. I don't really know. Okay, guys, I will put myself on mute in the main room. I'll be still live in the YouTube room. Just wait for Chris to show up. Actually, I can no, I can keep going in the main room. Click on the mic. Well, you got to let it settle down, Gramps. I mean, listen, IPOs on the day of, not easy. Okay. There he is. Thank you, Chris. I knew you would show up at 5-2. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. You've got the YouTube link in. Chris is there waiting for you.
Eagerly.
Doing double duty this week.
Yeah, I've gotten a few weeks off with Monday holidays and things like that, so it's good for you to pull a double duty once in a while.
So what happened today for you? Anything interesting trading wise, or still bogged down with the other stuff?
No, I snuck in a not IONQ. What one was it? Iova. I took that on this break here, going above 550, and I held on till it started doing this, and when it pulled back, I got out around 563. 563. So 13 whole cents, but
not bad.
We'll put it in the win column.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, we saw this one, of course, in the pre-market, and yesterday this was an all-time low. Okay, yesterday was an all-time low, and then today they came out with some news. The FDA giving them some kind of an extension, I think, or fast-tracking them on something that they're waiting for. But also, and it's always the amusing thing to me, is that you get these analysts putting on these pretty lofty price targets. So JMP put an $18, and Wainwright, of course, was always was crazy. Has put a $34 price target on them. So that
makes total sense down here at $5.
Yeah, exactly. And somebody else now, DJI Advance, whoever they are. I'm sorry, Mizuho's put a $30 price target on them. So they're piling into this, but it's funny it didn't move more.
And it's strong relative to the market overall still, or at least it was for a little bit.
So it's been very choppy.
Yeah, so I thought maybe I'd revisit it, but I think that's it. I forgot I traded NVX too. Grabbed it on a 240 break, and when it struggled at that 250 level, I got out at 251.
Boy, you're turning into Jamie.
I know.
That's scalping, man. I mean, 11 cents on a $26 stock. Wow. Well,
no, it's $2
making
stock.
Money good.
NVX.
What's that?
NVX. It's $2 stock.
Oh, NVX. I'm sorry. I think you said something else, and I thought you said 26. You got in at 26.
No.
Oh, okay.
240.
Well, that's a little better. Okay.
Yeah, but still, scalping. I thought there might be a little more of a run into it. I figured all this day trading degenerates had to pile into something. I thought when I saw that volume coming into it around 10 o'clock and then 10:05, 10:10, I said, all right, this might be it. And it wasn't. I mean, it got up to 260 and change. So
wait a minute. Did you just call me a degenerate?
I call myself a degenerate.
Okay. You said all those day trading degenerates. I didn't think you were lumping yourself into that group.
No, really just teasing more than anything else. I mean, I trying to find something somewhere, especially because I didn't trade much this week. So I needed to do something.
Okay, my friend, I will take off, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. We'll see you then.
Okay. I see Alex is okay. Good. Alex is there for you.
Perfect. I see Jamie's in here as well.
Yes.
So, all right. Barry makes his way out. Okay. I make my way in. Really, the degenerate comment was a joke. It was a joke, just in case.
I know, of course.
But let's see, Alex. Hey, I was looking for help with filters and charts. I was told to come to the live. Yeah, so Alex, fire away any questions. I do my best to answer those. I have a fairly decent handle on filters. Not that I know everything about everything, but we'll work through it together. See what we can't find and can't do. Sorry, just looking at something here. I just got a price alert set for this OWL to see if it can put a bounce in or not, but not looking real great. It's up above the VWAP, or fighting around the VWAP anyways, so we'll see what happens here. Just after, eking out a few wins here, hard to really want to go and risk anything. So I want to create something with high volume, relative strength or weakness compared to the market. All right. Well, a couple things we could look at here. For an alert window, we have a few volume options here to look at. So we go ahead and get into the alert window in the search tab. And I'll just stretch this out a little bit so we can get a better shot of what is in here and go over them. So you have these different daily average volumes here, just a few of them. If you're looking for something that's just having its day, or maybe like its day or two, you might not want to go with the average daily volumes, just because, let's say you put in a 5-day average daily volume and put it, let's say 1 million shares average for 5 days. And, you get a stock that's averaging, 500, 600, 700, 800,000 shares, generally speaking. And today's like its day. You're going to miss that stock because of that. Now, if you want stuff that is just more actively traded overall, and you want to see that it's, alpha to the market, then you'd want to go that direction. So that's one of the first questions I would be asking myself on the building of a scan here and volume. Then, we can skip around here. There's relative volume. It's a ratio taken over 30 days, essentially. So what relative volume is saying, at the rate this stock is currently trading right now, this is where it's headed. So it fluctuates throughout the day. Volume starts coming in for a period of time. You can see relative volume start to move up. Volume starts to fade off throughout the day. You see the relative volume move down, of course. Shares is shares. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. So if you did want to see a minimum of 200,000, 500,000, million shares traded for that day, that's where that would come in. Volume percent today is similar to the relative volume. Difference being this, it's a 10-day average on a percent value. So on a ratio, obviously 1 is normal, 2 times percent value, 100 is normal, 200 2 times, 300 3 times, so on and so forth. However, unlike the relative volume, where the relative volume says at this rate, this is where we're headed, but that's in flux, in constant flux. The volume percent today says we have done this much percentage today. You can't undo it once you've done it. So stock is traded 200% of its normal volume at this point. It's done that 200%. You can't take that back. So even if it doesn't trade one other share for the day, it's done that much volume today, essentially. Yesterday volume, again, self-explanatory, I think anyways, but if you have questions on, throw those out. And then we break into more of the day trading kind of stuff here, 1 minute, 5 minute, 10 minute, 15 minute volumes. So those are going to be 10-day averages broken into those time frames. And again, 100 is the baseline. So if you had something that's doing 50, that means it's doing half what it's normally doing over that time period baseline. 200 is 2 times, 300 3 times, again, so on and so forth, like that. So those tend to be very popular with day traders looking for those, not just volume bursts, but stocks that are just doing more volume in general throughout the day. So those are the volume ones that I'd point you towards. Now, relative strength is kind of tough other than obviously RSI, but I don't think RSI is what you're really looking for. I think you said you're looking for relative strength to the market. So really where you're going to have to look on that is these change filters on NASDAQ, S&P, and the Dow. And we have them on a few different time frames, including the today time frame too. So you're going to want to pick one or all of these, or 2 or 3, however you want to do it, and put those into the scan. And, if you're trying to be relatively strong to the market, then you might want to sandwich it in a sense where the stock is going to be obviously up with the volume, whether you're change from close or change over the last 30 minutes or something like that. And then maybe you only want to see a max on these moving up to, let's say, 2% or something like that, right? So those are the kind of things that I would be doing for looking at that there, Alex. Do I offer one-on-one? No, I do not. We have done one-on-ones in the past. The issue that we run into is, unfortunately, they turn into coaching sessions for trading, which we can't do. We're not licensed. We don't have any special license or data and content providers. We're working something out that possibly one-on-ones will come back, but I can't. I'm not the boss of that stuff. So one of the things that I run into for myself not being able to do them really is that I do a lot of bug reporting and beta testing in here. So I just don't have the bandwidth to do all the tasks that are asked of me and then do one-on-ones. Yeah, no way to diagnose, no way to compare what a stock's normally doing versus what it's doing now, on a relative basis, not in these alert windows, unfortunately. So just a comparison to the overall market, that would be the best way. These filters in here would be the best way to do it. I don't need coaching. Gotcha. Trading for 16 years. Yeah, this is going to be this is it between the Barry and this. So this stream, Alex, starts around 9 o'clock in the morning. Barry, who runs a trading room, holds this stream until noon Eastern. And then at noon Eastern, one of us takes over. Normally it's Andy Lindloff today. He's off today, so I'm filling in for him. I normally do Mondays. And then Barry will come back at about 1 Eastern and take the stream back over. And he's happy to answer questions. He's more kind of like what's going on in the market focused and what he's looking at, scans and things like that. So, there's someone here all day long, and you can certainly, like the questions you're asking now, you can fly those in. Barry would be happy to look at some filters and go over some thoughts exactly like what I'm doing here. I just don't, I don't do what Barry does in the sense of, he's talking about trades that he's making and things like that, or, things that he's really interested in, might be taking a trade on day trading wise. I'm not doing that in here for the most part. Not to say I've never taken a trade live, but generally speaking, I don't. So that's the real difference between what I'm doing here and what Barry does. So you fire any of these questions away, like what you got here. You've got usually, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. You've got about 6 hours each day, Monday through Friday, that Barry can find you an answer. So, about 30 hours a week, give or take, there's someone live to ping some questions off of. And Barry's been using the software a lot longer than I have. A lot longer than I have. So, with all that said, if you give me some more parameters, Alex, we could kind of build a template of something here, and I can ship it off via the cloud for you. I mean, I can start kind of just poking based on the things that you said, and we can kind of go from there. So I'm going to throw a base of, let's say, $4 on the stock here. So we're going to throw a base for now, 2 on the relative volume. Now, let's go 2.5 on the relative volume. Shares traded on the day. I'm going to put 225, 225,000. You're looking for it strong to the market, you said. So what's strong at the moment? Let's see change over the last, let's say 15 minutes. Oops, no, I'm gonna go change. Is it possible to email it? Sure, you could email it to here. Email it to there. And I mean, I could even put together a template and then email it back to you based on that. I just figured maybe doing it as an exercise here live, just to kind of get the juices flowing and sparking for, not just you, but anybody that's got scam building questions. Is there a simple filter to filter out stocks that do not trade options? Yeah, what you could do is this. Take options. Which one is the actual contracts? Let me just make sure I pull the right filter in. All right, so we want this one here because it's the actual number of contracts traded today. And so if you add that filter and you go, it's got to trade at least a minimum of 1. If it hasn't traded any options today, you won't see that stock. So that's, I think a fairly simple workaround for that. Volume and price action filters, ideally. Yeah. So Trevor, let me know if that makes sense to you. And you want this one here with this icon, because there's 2 different options. So you want options volume today. And if you just put a minimum of 1 in there, it means it'll have to have traded some option today. So kind of continuing with this exercise here. So we've got those in there. What was it? Oh, change. Trouble seeing trend lines. All right, let's shelve this for the moment then. So are you on the browser interface charts? Well, I'll go through both. If you're on the browser interface charts, if you right click, you'll see browser, use browser interface checked. That'll mean you have this drawing tool over here. And if you click the little arrow down in the corner here for lines, you can see all these different types of lines that you can do here. So, you got this one here where you can draw a trend line like this. And then you can change, the color and the thickness. You got it like that. And there's also, this here with these arrows. And again, color and thickness. We've got this one here where it's more of a just going to go to the end of the chart, essentially, a trend line like that. And again, color and thickness. I won't do that over and over again. I think I've covered that a few times, so I don't want to waste time on that with you. I want to make sure I get you what you're really looking for. Another arrow here. Just a regular line again. That's going to do the whole extended chart, not just from the period or from the point that you were starting at. And again, you can delete any of these by clicking on them and pressing delete. And another arrow line, same kind of concepts here. This is a horizontal line that you can draw right across the chart. And last but not least, a vertical line. So those are all different drawing tools in the browser charts. If you're not using the browser charts, I'll get out of this real quick, the browser chart here, and you right click, go to markup, and you'll have these ones in here. There's not as many tools at all. That's why we're doing what we're doing with the HTML browser charts there. Sorry, when I was on one system for a decade. Sorry, I was on one system for a decade. Sorry, not reading that correctly. When I click on lines on chart, they don't appear. Which, I'm not sure what you mean by when you click on lines. Like the tools that I was just showing. So when you click on one of these lines, nothing is working. You're not seeing lines. See if you can test that and get one of these working, you know, any of these here. Because they should be working. I mean, they've been working for many months here, as far as I know. I know other users have said they couldn't get them to work. All right, Alex, if you can, when I wrap this up around 1, a few minutes after 1, if you can come to the live support chat on our homepage, and I'll try to further troubleshoot that there, because it'll be impossible for me to troubleshoot it here like that. I mean, of all the thousands of users using the software, so far so good for the most part. I mean, you know, some people have some hangups here and there, obviously, on some things. But generally speaking, the lines have been working. When you left click the mouse, those won't work on the HTML charts. Those don't work anymore. Those won't work. Those are old legacy things from the non-HTML charts. That's why. So if you unclick browser and you right click those will work. Markup horizontal line, it'll draw the horizontal line, or markup a trend line, you can draw a trend line like that on the legacy charts with those, but it won't work on the browser. Those lines won't work on the browser. So that, I think that's what you have going on there. So you got to use this tool over here on the browser interface, these ones here. No right clicking. How to set alerts for the Market Explorer scans. They just scan. There's no alert to be set. I mean, you can set a price alert on them. So if I bring over Market Explorer scan, it's just going to run. There's no ding or bell or whistle at this time, something we're looking into, but the Market Explorer runs off of something completely different than the rest of Trade Ideas does. And that's why it is the way it is. And just simply integrating into it is a little more complicated than flipping a switch, unfortunately, because I am one of those people vocally that would love to see this a little more customizable than what it is currently. But I am not a coder or developer, so I don't really have a lot of insight onto how all this goes down. But essentially what the Market Explorer is, it's just price and volume. That's it. There's no other anything in here. And so Michael Noss, who does the programming of these scans, does all the math and all the coding to make that happen and bring it over. But those are the only data points that actually exist within the Market Explorer, because all indicators, all technical indicators are price and volume. That's it. RSI, MACD, any moving average, average true range, volatility indexes, all, money flow index, all that stuff like that. It's all just price and volume. So it's all the data that's there. So it's a raw data that gets converted and brought over like this, but it runs completely different. It isn't processed through the rest of our system like the other legacy filters and things like that Trade Ideas is originally built on. Sorry, I've lost my thing here. Yeah, you got it, Alex, and keep plugging away on the comments in here. This is what we're here for. As I always say, we got right into it, which is great, because a lot of days people aren't asking a lot of questions, and so I'm just kind of floundering around trying to come up with content and things like that. And this is always it's good for obviously you There's other people here that probably have similar questions, and they may not even know they have those questions. It's also good for me to make sure that I'm watching, I'm knowing how the software is functioning, and if something doesn't go right, that I can get that reported, quickly, so we can get that rectified. So please ask those questions. Like, I greatly appreciate when the questions come in. Greatly appreciate it. Additionally, how can I set an alert for when a stock enters my top list? Again, no way to do that. That's what an alert window is for. So the best way Espresso trades would be to convert the top list into an alert window, and maybe put a couple of different alerts in there. So if it's a bullish alert that you're looking for, maybe you want to throw in a couple of like 5-minute high, crossed above resistance, any of these crossed aboves here, things like that, running up. I wouldn't go overly crazy putting too many alerts in, because then you're just going to fly off the handle with alerts, unless that's what you want. I mean, that some people want to see it like that, cycling through like that as well. But there's no, that's why there's alert windows and top lists. One is alerting, one is cycling. That's just how the function of those are. How do you create separate chart windows? Yeah, so you would go, sorry, let me clean up my screen really quick here. Get rid of some stuff and bring over my menu bar. There we go. So if you go to new and chart window, that'll give you a new chart window. And so, just as an exercise here, we'll go new and chart window for a few of these. So 1, 2, 3. I'm just going to put those up here. No particular order right now. And so that you can see, I've saved a default chart so they all look like this. This was from a long time ago. Good Lord. All right. If I right click now, I can come into time frame, and find the different time frames that we offer here. And so I could set each one. So I could set this one as a daily. I like to work left to right on that. So, or I go weekly, time frame daily, right click, time frame 60 minutes, for example, on all those. You can also do that right up here at the top on the little clock looking icon, time frame, and you get them right here. So if I wanted to go instead, let's say a 15-minute chart and a daily chart. There we go. And I don't know, 5-minute chart. And then they're all like that there. So I think that covers you there, RJ Sullivan. Many times Barry will all of a sudden come up with stock that has a large amount of volume in the middle of the day. Is he getting these from that race car type indicator or something else? It would be one of his alert windows. It would be one of his alert windows. I don't, I pop into Barry's room once in a while just to listen and get a pulse for what's going on in there. I know he cycles through different scans, throughout the months. Sometimes he's looking at the option scan, sometimes he's not. He's got his 10-day daily breakout and 10-day daily breakdown. I'm not sure if he's using the gap reversal scans or not anymore, but those would be the scans that he's running. You can get all that off of Barry's homepage. I'll get you a link to that. And then anything else, Barry, I don't know if he has anything that's not on the homepage. Where the heck is Barry's link? Give me 1 second here. I'm just trying to find Barry's link. Barry's homepage. Here we go. Copy link address and paste. So this is Barry's homepage. That's a link. That's the link from the trading room. The other side of the broadcast here, the stream. Although I'm not streaming there right now. I'm only streaming here. But Barry does both sides except for this 1 hour. So you can get all of his scans right off of that. Let me go there, and I see other questions that are coming in. I'm going to get to those. never would ignore a question. So if we come to Barry's homepage here, that out of the way, link for Barry's scan. So if we click here, here are those scans, and you could right click and copy the link address, and then you'd paste that into file. Where is it? You go file, load from cloud. Usually the link will copy over automatically. In the event it doesn't, you know, just go ahead and right click, paste that in there, load, and bang, you'd have a scan right there. So which one he's specifically using for those, I couldn't say exactly, but I'm sure it's one of those that's in there. So let me close that out. And sorry, just trying to keep up here. I love it today. We're active today. We're active. Can I only scan for stocks within the NASDAQ 100? You create a symbols list for that. So if you've got that list of stocks, you can go tools, symbols list, and we go create new list and NASDAQ. You press OK. And now that list is here. It's empty. Double click that list and you could paste that list of symbols in there. And then you point a scan at it. So it only looks at that. So it's like what I've done with, I have an ETF sector list. So this list here, it's only looking at the ETFs that I told it to. So if I right click and I come into configure and I go to symbols list, you can see in here all the symbols lists that are available that either we've pre-created or that you have created as well. So it's a combination of all those. And you click on the list that you want and you put a check mark in it, and then you put this drop down to only the following list. And I have a really good video that shows how I did that with the ETF sector list. Same exact concept that you would be doing with any list that you want to make. And then the scan will only look at those ones that you put on that list, and you can update that symbol list at any time. I don't think the NASDAQ 100 is changing too often. But in the event that you want to change anything, and if you had other scans that are doing the same thing, same exact concept. So sorry, just grabbing that video, going to drop that in here. So that's that YouTube video that I did there. We covered that. We covered that. We covered that. Rut row. I'm not sure what the rut row is. If I missed something, just let me know. Not sure, Ponzi got the rut row comment there. I don't know what we're rut rowing. Rut row Shaggy. Can I add AI Holly to your personal scanner? You can add Holly to like your layout, but you can't make any real edits in Holly. Like your scans that you've created, there's no importing Holly into that in a way or something like that. Holly trades her own strategies each day. She comes with the strategies that optimize back tested the best. And then if a stock meets that criteria, it gets alerted in real time on it. So for example, I've got my layout that's here. Let me get rid of all these extra charts real quick, just to clean up a little bit. So I've got my regular layout here. And what I did was I went new and premium AI strategy trades window. And that gives me, that's just duplicated here. But that gives me this here. And then you can customize the data points that you're seeing in here by right clicking, coming to columns, and then the selected side on the left, that's the columns that you have displayed. And the master list of all the columns are the right side here, on the right side here. So you can add anything that's not there that you'd want to see like that. There's also this window here. If we go new and premium AI strategy window, not the strategy trades window, because that's going to have the actual trades that are happening today. The strategy window gives you a different look at things. It tells you what strategies came to the plate to play today. It tells you the win percentage on the recent overnight back tests, the profit factor of it, whether they're long or short, the name of the strategy, the time stops on the strategy, the win percent today on it, how many trades the strategies have taken, so on and so forth. And again, right clicking will get you the columns on this, and you can adjust the data points of those columns as you see fit here that you want to look at, essentially in that. I have a video that I did on Holly. It's now a long time ago. There's also obviously the Holly guide. That's why no updated videos. The Holly guide really does cover all this. But for those that prefer this kind of video format here, here's that video. Now, the caveat being this in this video. When this video was made, Holly had different segments. Holly Neo, Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, and then there's a channel that was Omni Holly. That was all of them kind of combined together. But there's also segmented in those channels. We did away with that. It was never really meant to be like that, but it was just the way it was done at that time. I didn't work here, so I don't have any rhyme or reason to it. After I came to work for Trade Ideas, it was combined into one. So the video that I had done, went up to date in that regard. All the other stuff that we just talked about is in there, though, about loading Holly from, the menu like this, and how one is strategies, the other is trades. It just goes over some other thoughts about Holly as well. It goes over the column part about it. It talks about what moderate risk is, what conservative, what aggressive is, all those little things like that. So it's about a 15-minute video, give or take. So I still think it's a very good video outside of that one major change that's really gone on, and the rest is still all relevant as far as that goes. So, but that's how I use, and then I use Holly just really as a watch list here. Try to see if what stocks are coming through. Iovo was one that I found from Holly today. I liked the potential setup in it. I traded it. Didn't go as well as I thought it would. Went okay, but there's a Holly trade that I took today. Using it more as a watch list essentially. I'm particular in my trades and what I'm doing, so I take everything that comes through with Holly with a grain of salt. I don't always agree with her stops. That's one of my big caveats, but I trade my plan. That's why, so, and someone, for example, Alex, he was saying that you're saying that you've been trading 60 years. So obviously, you and I might differ on, uh-oh. Hold on. Is my mic sound okay? All right, hold on one second. All right, is my mic any better now? You guys let me know here. Still sense not right? Okay, text speaker. We're on the right one. Default microphone. Still garbled. How about now? Or test, are we any better? Something. I unplugged and plugged back in. Nope, it's USB plugged in. It's right into USB port. Better, I think. All right, I'm gonna go better for now. I see Slack messages coming into me now. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Same, one better, one same. All right, let's see now if we're any better. Oh, this is frustrating.
Oh, Chris can't hear me.
Yes,
Chris
I can.
has me on mute.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Oh, okay.
Yes.
It's well before 12:55. I just want to pop in. I mean, I had a little bit of static about 5 minutes ago. I thought it was on my end, so I just sort of reset my earpiece. But you sound fine to me.
All right.
That's the frustrating part, isn't it? Because for some people,
yeah,
for whatever reason, you might be breaking up, but you sound the same to me right now.
All right. So I'm gonna go.
I don't think there's much you can do.
Yeah, I was gonna ask if everybody else can refresh on their end, please, and we'll see how that goes. I'm gonna scroll back up and.
I'll mute myself now again.
All right. I'm gonna scroll back up and see what I missed here for questions. I don't want to miss anybody's questions. So we covered about adding Holly AI to the scanner. Are they floating? I'm not sure what you mean by floating. I think you're talking about the charts maybe again there, RJ. The charts the newer ones that I put were floating. I have these charts in a docked window here. But the same concept on changing the time frames and everything like that. I think that's what you mean about the floating. I'm a little behind here. I have an alert window and settings I like, but want to create a multi-strategy window and add other strategies. How can I do this without having to start from scratch? So let's just see here. Let's see anything. Both of us sound staticky. That is strange. And neither one of us sounds staticky to each other. Huh. I got nothing. I can switch to a different headset. I could always give that a shot. But I don't think it's going to be that. I should lie. I shouldn't say switch to a different headset because I'm not even on a headset. And so I'll make this swap and then we'll just kind of have to power through. All right. Give me 1 second here. All right. All right. I swapped some headsets. All right, I'm just going to go with this headset that I put in. Let me know that it's all right. Again, I'm going with, all right, I'm just going to go with this now. All right, so back to the multi-strategy question here. So this is what you can do with that. If we go new and bring in a multi-strategy window, all right, I've got a blank multi-strategy window here, and I've got, let's see, alert window. Well, here's this random alert window I was messing with before. So if I right click and I go here, right click, where are we? Collaborate, it's going to give me this code here. Right click and copy that. Close that. Now, if I right click the mold window, I go to strategies, I go to new strategy, I go to collaborate. I'm going to get rid of what's in there, put this code string in, press OK, and there it is. There's my alert. And then, you can go in here, properties, and you can customize the columns and colors and things like that. Now, one really important thing to remember when you collaborate, whatever you have in here for the alert window for columns, they're going to want to transfer over here, and then changing your columns can get tricky from there. So make sure when you import an alert window into a multi-strategy window using the collab feature, that you've got the columns that you want in there and none of the ones you don't want in there. So pretty simple like that. Really nice feature, that collaborate feature. And that's how you can do it without starting over from scratch. Which brokers work best and move seamlessly with trade ideas? We directly connect with IB, E-Trade, and Alpaca. I don't personally care for E-Trade. Their API lacks. We'll put it there. We'll leave it at that. So I'm not a huge fan of E-Trade. It seems like users run into more issues with them, and E-Trade doesn't care about troubleshooting. They haven't updated their API in like 12 years or something like that. They're the mindset of it is what it is, live with it. So it's, one-sided effort from us, and that's why we don't have many broker connections. IB works fine, as for all the years that I've used them. I currently use Thinkorswim, but that's just that's just me. I don't care about using Brokerage Plus or anything like that. I like Thinkorswim, so that's who I use. And we connect directly to Alpaca now as well. I don't know about necessarily best. Sorry, trying to find that. Who was that? What brokers work best? All right, I can't find that question now. Sorry. But that's those are the three that you can directly connect to. Everybody else we can basically indirectly connect to, externally linking. So there's that too. So you can kind of just go with who you Ben, that's where it was, sorry. So you can use basically any broker and indirectly connect to them. But that's what I do with Thinkorswim essentially. And so when I click a stock in trade ideas, it populates over in my Thinkorswim charts and my order entry box. So that's how I use that there, Ben. And you could do that with, like I said, most brokers. Again, can we do it with every broker? Probably not every broker, but most of your major brokers you can do that with. Sorry, still trying to catch up here. Your volume charts are green and red. How did I do that? Oh, yeah. So on that here, RJ, if I right click and I come to indicators and I go to edit, you can see volume here, and I can go modify colors, and you can choose one color or use up and down. So there's the set up color and set down color. That's how that's done there. And again, because that's the non-browser chart, that's the browser chart. Again, same thing. Come in here, volume, modify colors, up colors, down colors, like that. Pretty straightforward. But it's one of those things that if you didn't see it, yes, it's not just jumping out at you. Once you've seen it, obviously, I think it's a little easier to follow along with that. Okay, got that there. Are we able to filter within the description column? No, no filtering within the description column. Sorry. It's just the description column is, I'm guessing you're talking about here. That's just the description of the alert itself. So if I put that over, the description quality are good columns for the alerts sometimes if you need them. So sometimes you're having trouble understanding what the alert type is trying to tell you. The description is really good for that. But no way to filter based on that. Sorry. Sounds choppy. All the audio stuff, the battery, audio is fine, not fine, good, fine. Static 5 minutes ago. China. You guys just joined, would like
some basic how to use automated Holly. So for automated Holly, give me 1 second here. You would first connect to your broker essentially, but we must have a move up in the SPY. Sorry, just getting some price alerts going off here for some stocks. PLTR at a price alert. All right, keep my eye on that. So for connecting to Holly, you'd have to first come to brokers and connect your broker. I can't do on screen what it would be to connect to interactive brokers because that would obviously show off all my brokerage information, which I can't do. So for that part of this whole thing, you need to look at this section of the user's guide. Obviously, I cannot broadcast my account information there. Also, I don't really use Interact Brokers anymore. But for the purpose of this would work exactly the same if you did it through the simulated trading as a broker. Once you connect to your broker, you connect here, then you can make the connection, and you come to Holly AI, and you would first right-click, edit long trading instructions. And so you got to connect the account here because connecting the broker is one part. So I'm connected to the simulator. I go to edit, accounts is none. Now account is simulated trading default, save. Now am I going to go conservative or moderate? And then my position sizing, am I going to buy risking X amount of money based on Holly's stop loss, fixed amount of shares, fixed amount of dollars. And then you'd adjust that number here. Once you do position sizing, are you going market or limit? If you're doing a limit, what's your limit offset? Please stick with last price. Don't play with that. All right. There's no playing with that in Holly. Please don't. No reason to even discuss it. Just don't, please and thank you. And then the limit offset, decide how much delta you're willing to give up if you're going in limit. And then obviously time and force, how long do you want the order to sit out there for? If you're long instructions, you click save. All right. Then right click, edit short trading instructions. You're going to do the exact same thing over here. Straightforward as far as all that goes. So you've got long and short instructions set. And then you're going to left click and drag. So you've got all the strategies of the day highlighted. And you're going to go enable 11 strategies for the day. And I see they all say on there. That's essentially setting up Holly right there. I have a video that is really awesome that goes over all that. Like I said, it's the exact same stuff. Once you get the broker connected, it's the exact same steps after that. There you go. With all of that said, as Barry says, as I'll say, as a number of other people say, not going to recommend just turning Holly on and walking away from your screen. Human machine is the best trading combination, but to each their own. The option is there to do it, but that's what I think is human machine is best. So that video there, Andrew, should help you out. Plus that little tutorial that I went over. I know I'm back on the comments and the questions, so I'm trying to catch up. If I missed something, if I didn't cover something well enough, if you need some more info on something, just re-put that comment in there. That whole microphone thing, took us out of flow a little bit. So I don't want to miss anything. Back to the audio stuff. Good, bad, good, bad. Also, can you narrow Holly down to just use ASX when U.S. markets are closed? No, we only have data for the U.S. markets. And that's it. We have Canadian data, but Holly only looks at the U.S. markets. That's it. We don't have Australian data, period. And Holly doesn't look at the Canadian markets, just the U.S. markets. No way to change that. Sorry there, Andrew. Interactive Brokers didn't approve me yet. I have a team air trade for 2, but I got a PDT violation one time. Have you heard about them not approving someone? I'm not sure what you mean by approving. I mean, I think you can just open an account with them, right? As long as you got money. I don't know about approval. Now you need approval for trading certain instruments within IBKR. Like they won't just let you trade leveraged ETFs and ENTs and stuff like that. That you need approval for. But the rest, when I open my IB account, here's my money essentially, and then I don't know. It took forever for the money to settle. I want to say IB, it took like 5 days for the money to settle. Of course, this was like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that. So I've just maintained an account with them since then. I transferred most of the money out of it back to Thinkorswim or back Air trade, which is switching to Schwab, which is going to be a headache down the road in about a month and a half. That's a whole other story. So I just keep a small account in IB that I kind of don't really trade with sometimes. But that's all I could comment there, Brian. I'd reach out to them if they're not. I'm not sure what the approval is or isn't, but I'd certainly reach out to them and ask, hey, what the heck's going on here? Especially if you deposited money there. That was the exact solution I was looking for, Chris. Thanks. I think, Trevor, you're referring to the collaborate. I think you're breaking up is with the stream, not anything on your audio equipment. Okay. All right. Good to hear. Good to hear. There's the links. That was good, but my signal was breaking up for a bit. Do you just have a recommended video for audio Holly? Yeah, so that video that I just shared there, Andrew, that's doing exactly what I just covered on the auto Holly. So it goes in a little more slower depth and detail. I give some thoughts and opinions on auto trading in general, especially with Holly, and why having a trader mindset is important. So like one of the things I talk about in the video is, let's say that we've had a set of trending days up in the market, right? And Holly's coming with all long strategies today, and all of a sudden today the market's gapping down. You know, uh, Tanzania shot a rocket at the moon to blow up the moon. Let's say, I'm just using some wild news example for, to say why the market could be gapping down. And so now Holly's coming in after back testing. Everything's been on the long side. Now Holly's coming in long. She's thinking long today. And then today the market's gapping down. Maybe today isn't a day to just turn the strategies on right at the open and go after it, Now, obviously, if you don't, you're not going to get in automated, but that might also save you some heartache of all of a sudden the market gaps down and then it starts to recover real quick. And Holly makes some long trades, long alerts, and you get in them. And all of a sudden that's a false gap reversal up. And now it's gapping back or moving back down into the gap negatively. Now you're into these trades and then you're getting wrecked like that. So, I kind of go into some things like that with why just always running in and turning it on may not be in your best interest. But again, that's what makes a market. Everybody different ways, different styles, different strategies, different tools, and how they want to use them, and all those things like that. So that's the Holly spiel. Um, I think I am all caught up. If I am not caught up on something, if I miss, we got a few minutes before Barry comes back. Please put those back in for me. So what I went over, Andrew, was on someone asked about how I made my volume candles red for down candles and green for up candles. So what I did is this: if you right click and you go to indicators, go to edit. So you assuming you've already added the volume indicator, right? So volume's here. So you're gonna click on that and you add that, right? First you have to add it, and then you can edit it. So once you edit it, or added it, then you can edit here. And so you come into the edit and you would go modify colors. And so you have options. So use just one color. Volume candles are just this. So big candle up, big candle down, don't matter, just one color. I'm using the use up and down on the colors. And so that's what I've done here. And then you set up the up color. That's what I set it as. Press OK. Set up the down color. And then you press OK. As far as new to this, where did I share that video? Yep. Okay, you got it. All right. Yeah. So just in YouTube itself, you would find it. Just in case, I'll bring it over. Give me 1 second here. So here, if I bring over the YouTube page, there should be a chat somewhere, just for anybody else as well as Andrew. There should be a chat you can find here. Just make sure it's not popped out or something like that and hidden, and that will get you where these links are that I'm putting in here that I put in. And you could always scroll back up and find other links that I've shared in there as well. Same with Barry, Barry or anybody else that's been in here, those links. Move that back off of the screen there. Let's get rid of that. Let's move that back over.
Oh, Christopher.
Yes, sir.
I think Andrew's question also, though, I think why he wants to automate is because I believe, Andrew, you live in Australia, right? So I think I know what you're trying to do, but as Chris has said, we absolutely do not promote the auto trading of the AI. I know what you want to do. You want to be able to turn it on and then go to bed and then wake up in the morning and all your money's there. We just do not recommend doing that. That's the unfortunate part, but I think that is right. Why he's, I believe anyway, and Andrew, you might want to answer. Patrick, you know what? You want to know why I have them green and orange? Because I have these ones red and green. So I wanted to have a nice different look. Okay. That's why I did it. But Andrew, is that correct? I'm sorry. I know you can take off now, Chris, if you want.
Okay. All right.
You do sound a little tinny now. It's interesting, and so I'm probably I think it's maybe the YouTube.
I swap mics.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know how I sound on YouTube. They told me I sound fine in their
just
room.
for fun, because why not, right?
Oh, that's better. That's better for me anyway. You sound better.
And
but I have a feeling it might be the YouTube feed itself. Might be the YouTube feed itself. I could try. The problem is if I do, I'll boot everybody out of YouTube if I restart the stream. So you don't necessarily want to do that.
Is messing with us.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Pepe. Because the other room said I sounded the same and fine. So it must be a StreamYard deal. Okay, Chris, you can take off. Have a great weekend, whatever you're going to do.
Yep, completely lost.
Sure, it involves softball and stuff, or. Okay, I'll take over the stream. Andrew, so hopefully you do understand. I mean, the AI, as Chris said, I use it like a watch list. I don't take every trade. Believe me, and even though I'm in a time zone reasonably conducive to doing that, auto trading, I've never auto traded in my life. I don't know many who do. I just don't think it's the way to go. And especially though, if you're just going to turn it on and then go to bed and hope that you come, get up in the morning and everything's fine. I mean, I just don't. We don't promote that at all. Because a lot of times, you'll get a pretty good alert from the AI. It'll move up, 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 up. Now, where are you going to put your stop? Okay, if you use the AI stop, I mean that's fine. But what would happen if, let's just say, if you can see my screen, Andrew, let's just say the AI had LAC, okay, LAC, and it got in at 20, and it started moving up, 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 and your stop was down here. I'll make at 20, right at $20. So you get in at 2022, it starts moving up, and then all of a sudden, for some reason, a giant red candle happens, and it goes down to 20. You get stopped out for no gain. All right. I'm not saying that that doesn't happen necessarily all the time, of course, but that's why in my opinion, it's the machine is alerting you to the possibility of the trade, and then it's up to you to manage it. But I completely understand that living in Australia, unless you want to turn your life around, it's going to be awfully hard, to do something like that. So I do get it. I don't know. 3 to 5. I mean, it's very difficult to come up with, something that, I mean, we're trying. Obviously, we'd love to be able to say, just take every single trade, and every day might not necessarily be a winner, but over a month, maybe month to month to month, maybe it turns out to be a pretty good deal. But but I'm able, of course, to sit and watch a computer all day long. I enjoy doing that. Consequently, I would never, even if I could, well, I can, but I won't auto trade. Yeah, you could, Andrew. I mean, you get into the lack as an example. The problem is we don't have trailing stops and things like that. So, but you could put another stop loss in. Problem is though, is that then you're sort of not taking, I mean, the theory is that you're trying to let this thing run automatically. I mean, you could always, of course, adjust your stop loss, but you know, some might work, some might not work, doing it that way. We've had people from Australia in the room, and yeah, I mean, it's not easy. Obviously, it's not easy. Maybe trading the first hour, I don't know. All right, guys. So let me see if there's anything well, talking about the lack. I mean, the lack went through the 200-day moving average also. It's sitting right there. 2088 is the 200-day moving average. So again, Andrew, just to put a stamp on this. Yeah, you could put another stop loss in. The problem is that then you're going to have to wait for every alert that comes in. Some of them don't. I mean, the earliest you're going to get an alert is 9:40 Eastern time, but I see there's one at 12, another one at 12:10. Most of them are before noon Eastern. Okay, so you'd have to sit up, wait for all the alerts to happen, and then you're going to have to figure, well, we're going to put a stop loss if it doesn't work. I mean, I just don't think it's feasible. Well, there is I don't have this here. Yeah, there is very rarely though. Okay, there is a reentry. Sometimes there is a reentry, but it's very rare that it happens. It's very rare that it happens. So I mean, you could, in fact, okay, you could wait if you can go to 10:30 Eastern time. What I would do is I would try it in the simulator. Okay, you could try it in the simulator and see how it works for you, because our simulator is using our real-time data. Okay, and you just turn the strategies on. I think Chris went over how you turn the strategies on. The Holly strategies. There's the Holly AI, so you would turn them all on. See, they're all off. I think the video that he that you have to watch that video. You could turn them all on, and you could say something like in your order entry to stop at 10:30 Eastern time. Try to put some stops in, but I don't know what sort of a trader, like what experience you've got as a trader, to think, okay, if it doesn't work, this is going to be my stop instead of the Holly stop. It's not going to be, it wouldn't be easy. Believe me, if I thought that was the way to do it, I'd be doing it. All right, guys, 103. So I will do a video fairly soon. Yeah, I'm sorry, Andrew. I mean, I know it's not quite the answer you were looking for, but hopefully hopefully that makes a little more sense to you. I know you've been going kind of back and forth and a little bit frustrated. I've been following the thread. I do understand. That's why Steve kept saying, to come into the room. I know it's a tough time zone for you, but it's way easier, if you can listen to somebody, you can ask questions and we get instant feedback. You too, Brooke. Now there is another room, you know. YouTube is there. There is another room. It's a little more active in terms of the number of traders that are in there. It's basically the same in terms they hear me, they see my screen. And this is the link to the room. It looks kind of like this. There's more action, more. It's not just, you know, a lot of great traders in the room, you know, and we're exchanging ideas. So if you can, you know, want to spend the first hour and then hit the hay, that might be something you might want to try. That's still an expression, hit the hay. Anyway, go to bed. Yeah, so as Chris said, we just don't scan the Australian market at all. The only markets we scan, the US market, and with some limitations, the Canadian market. We just don't scan any other market. Okay? So the answer is no. We don't you can't use it to scan the Australian market. Now, guys, while I was on my break, for fun, I wanted to show somebody who asked earlier, you know, how do you short and all that sort of stuff. And I took this short of arm, but I stopped myself out. You know, I put a stop at 65, so it took me out of the trade. This is in the simulator. Well, Andrew, we're part of the Commonwealth. I'm in Canada, so we are Commonwealth buddies, sort of. You know, guys, I'm actually watching this PTCT. If it gets over 27 again, this PTCT, I mean, it got up to 27.65. It looks like you know, this trend is still up. It had the big comeback. It moved back down again, but the trend is up over the last since 11:15. But of course, it may not do it. So I see the SPY now is doing its thing again. So we had a little bit of respite from the constant down from 11:30 to 12:45, an hour and 15 minutes. And now we're putting another giant red bar on the 15-minute chart on the SPY. So, you know, any bounce play now is suspect. Well, it's putting in a red bar. I don't know if it's going to break down completely, but it's definitely putting in another red bar after that. I say an hour and 15 that it's kind of relaxed for a while. Well, Andrew, there's a cost, you see, to do to scan to have the any other exchange, and unfortunately, there would not be enough Australian subscribers in order to offset the costs, the data costs and all that on our servers. We had to add servers and etc. So, it's just the way it is. And, predominantly our customers are from the United States or trade the US market. I shouldn't say it. I mean, I'm Canada. I haven't traded, I have not traded a Canadian stock in years, but, predominantly our customers are all wanting to trade the US market. But if you have a million friends that want to sign up with Trade Ideas, if we start scanning the America or the Australian market, okay, just let us know. You're right. They've all been snapped up, probably, right? They've all been snapped up. No, yeah, there's still plenty. 78,000 at Interactive Brokers now. 78,000 at Interactive Brokers. I listen. You okay, JK? The same thing with you. You get five. I'll tell you what. You get 500,000 people in the UK that want to just trade the UK market. Done. Well, I like it as a watch list, Steely Dan. Sorry, I almost said that. I use that as a watch list. It's not that I don't. We just don't promote auto trading it. So I mean, if you didn't want to do anything, you don't want to create any scans at all, and you just want to wait, and you have some trading experience, you just wait for the alerts to happen, and then not every single alert is going to be maybe as part of your trading plan. So I mean, it's just that we don't promote auto trading it. So it's interesting. I mean, look what ARM did. The power. I'm hoping that's happened. Yeah, look at the power of the VWAP, guys. So now the VWAP has moved down a bit, but I think before it was around, well, just a bit, a few pennies. I think it was about 65.30, wasn't it? So look what it got to. It got up to, what was the absolute high? 65.31. So, here's a trading strategy. You want to trade around the VWAP. You want to take stocks that maybe move into the VWAP, see how they trade around it. If it doesn't move up a certain amount, then you can take the short. Or conversely, a stock that is moving down into the VWAP, see how it trades around it. And I mean, you can go either way. I mean, if it really takes up the VWAP in a big way, you can short it. Otherwise, but in this case, look what it did. It got right into the VWAP and basically stalled there for 45 minutes. And then now it's moving down. Well, listen, Steely, I mean, people can try to auto trade. We just don't recommend it. I mean, the point of the AI for me is giving me the alerts with strategies that have been optimized for the next day. And then I can take a look at them. So I don't have to do anything. They're just going to deliver the alerts to me. And then I can figure out how I want to trade them. Not every alert, for instance, comes in and that I say, oh, I don't like it. Maybe there's a moving average in the way. Maybe there's maybe it's out of a price range that I like. So I mean, I like using the AI selectively. That's all. But if I didn't want to create any scans at all, didn't want to get overloaded with trying to create scans or even following my scans, sure, why not? Just here's my list of stocks that I can follow all day long. If you have some trading experience, is probably what would probably be a wonderful way to do it. Well, again, I have to, reiterate, Andrew. It's just like my scans here, okay? My abnormal option activity and moment. The program is called Trade Ideas. So yes, the AI is generating ideas automatically for you. That's how I like to phrase it, without your having to do anything in terms of figuring out, well, what strategy should I use today? You know, how, what might be interesting to trade today? Well, the AI will generate those for you, but they're ideas. I wish I could. I wish, William. Yeah. Ooh, that's why I'm not hearing any alerts. I've got my sound alerts toggle off. All right, so this one's got a little bit of room. This TTMI has got a little bit. Sorry, yeah, TTMI has got a little bit of room. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 1205. A couple of lows though on the daily chart at 1262. It's but we'd be in chase mode. This didn't trade. This doesn't trade after hours, or have I switched that off? Oh, well, that's it. It's interesting. TTMI, no after hour trading, no pre-market trading. Looking at my where are they out of? Hmm. Well, Andrew, what happens is every alert that you get from the AI has a stop. Okay. So yeah, I mean, if the trade turns around, if it doesn't work out, then there is a stop price that is automatically generated that the AI will get out. However, the AI will also, there is, some intelligence in it, so that, let's take a look at TTMI as an example. Okay. Let's just say the AI got into this one at 1318 and it ran up to 1342. And the stop was, if it gets in at, well, let's say it got in at 13 and the stop was at, I don't know, 1290, just making numbers up. So what happens is AI will be watching this, watching this, watching this, watching this. Now, on a little downturn like that, or this, it may say, you know what? I guess that's enough, and might get out of the trade before, it allows itself to get completely stopped out for a loss. There is a little bit of AI into that, intuition into that. But there is a stop, a complete, like an absolute stop price. So if it took this trade at 13 and it moved up to 1305 and then it started to drop and the stop was at 1290, it would be out of the trade. You guys who follow Carvana, boy, Carvana's taking it on the chin today, CVNA, like most stocks. I'm not singling out Carvana, but 49.42 is the next low looking left on the daily. All right, guys, I'm going to have to do a video. I'm just trying to figure out what I'm going to do a video on. Yeah, so the SPY is definitely selling off. So I think the Dow was up 300 something yesterday, so we're down 265 today. So that is almost being wiped out. Nas is probably wiped out. I don't think it was up by 200 yesterday. It might have been, but so that's been wiped out. See, what I'm looking for is not something like AA. I mean, I click on it because it popped up an alert, but you just see the trend is just so jumpy, up and down, up and down, up and down. What I'm looking for, of course, is stuff. You know what I'm actually going to do? I used to have okay, there's bouncers, toppers. Again, I'm not a big bounce. Today I would say that very, very few are going to bounce. AKRO did. I might run this next week just to see what sort of alerts I get. My bouncers, toppers. They're looking for stocks. And you see, this was the alert was at 12:50, 12:46. It was actually not until it actually got up to this point before we actually got the alert. Why is that? Going to be a reason? Just looking for stocks that have bottomed out perhaps, and then starting to move up. And then DBX as an example, a stock that maybe, hmm, I forgot. This is how it's color coded. So, okay, this is looking for a bounce play. DBX is looking for a bounce play. That's why it's in blue. Okay, so a potential bounce play stock that is, but it's still moving down. That's why. And then the AKRO is a potential topping play because it's moving higher. So in orange, it's a potential short. Doesn't mean, you take the trade right away, but it's just giving you the idea. Okay, forgot how I color coded it. And on a day like today, you'll probably see a lot of potential bounce plays, but I wouldn't be bouncing anything today. I mean, your bounce is, unless it's some stock that is, I mean, look what the market's doing. So yeah, Nike just showed up, right? Nike showed up. NKE, look what it's doing. Look what it's doing. Now you're going to take this as a bounce? Not when the market's doing this. There's Starbucks. Didn't Schultz just retire? I think I saw that the other day. So, you can see a lot of stocks are going to be doing this, but, it'd be hard pressed to convince me to take one of these. These stocks more or less follow the market. These big ones, Nike and Starbucks. Who's this? This is Coca-Cola. These all kind of follow the market. So, you might want to bounce play in this, but you better have the market on your side. Pizza. Is this Papa John's? Yeah, I mean, look, just basically following the market to especially the last two candles. Now, you may look at some of these and think, okay, following the market, but maybe it's coming into a moving average or the VWAP, or maybe what you might consider some support. So it may bounce a little bit on its own, not necessarily needing the market. But I'd much rather see the market. It doesn't have to be going up, but it cannot be doing this. Two big red candles moving down. Could have been doing this. It could have been just sort of stagnating. For me to try a bounce, but I certainly wouldn't be trying to bounce here. Another, yeah, I mean, this is just a big sell-off happening right now. Ooh, AI. I think this was an alert on the way down. Yeah. So AI and alert on the way down. I mean, the next low looking left, but I've said this many, many times. I find this AI, a very, very difficult intraday trader. But there's your low, 2547. 2547 is the next low looking left. All right, guys. Well, I'll do a video. I guess I'll do a video on this thing. It's very hard pressed to find something. I always try to find something that has, a reason for a move and all. So it's just marketing. That's all it is. So I'm going to put myself on mute now. Back around, what time is it now? 13:20, 1:25, say 1:26. So no later than 1:36. And I have no technical problems doing it. Usually it doesn't take me this long at all. Okay, so muting myself now, both rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, here's one coming in late. CNM. This is now. Do I like it? In love with it. CNM. When I say coming in late, this is from my 10-day daily breakdown. 2826, 127 Eastern time. But when I look left, there could be some support, between 2777 and 28. So it's not ideal for me. I want to see a lot more room when I look left on that weekly chart where it could run before it hits that next low. Meanwhile, 30 minutes straight down, and now that next 15-minute candle starts off red. Since I loaded this bouncers toppers list, hardly any toppers, guys. These are stocks that are, which makes sense with the market moving down. All these ones are, if the market ever turned around, yeah, maybe one of these, two of them might have a bounce. Well, like pizza. Here we go. Pizza Hut did have a bounce, but let's take a look at where the alert was. 76.69. Okay, 76.69 wasn't bad actually because it only moved another 17 cents underneath, and then it bounced. But what sort of a bounce is this really going to be? How big a bounce? What you're looking for, of course, is a nice bounce, a few green candles. But on a day like today, probably won't get that. So if anybody wants this, you can have it. Just ask me. So when you look left, it may, it's a little bit above these two highs, 45.59 and 45.56. It's a little bit above those two highs, but will that be enough to really stall it? Central Garden and Pet Company. That's a pretty broad, so lawn and garden and pet supplies. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I see. So, trade swings, you were playing a reversal in this because I do know that it was showing up in the, excuse me, the option scanner as a short. It worked out beautifully, 43.74. Well, only it was a dollar move down, but now you obviously played this bounce. And this. I mean, this is a bounce play that worked, and it didn't care what the market was doing. So you can see Carvana, for instance, is mimicking the market a little bit. Okay, that's not a green candle. Now, the interesting thing about playing these bounces, especially if you get a bottoming tail, is you could you take the trade here, 50. Let's do it. Let's just do it. Take 200 shares. I'm going to buy it, send it. Okay, I'm going to put my stop right at a little bit below the low of that candle. Okay. Again, I didn't share size or anything like that. I wasn't, but it's sort of showing, well, if something did bounce and you have a bottoming tail, then you can put your stop at the low, maybe a little bit below the bottoming tail, and then see if it works. Calvin, are you in the room today? I'm noticing the max P&L 2 days in a row working. Yeah, well, maybe maybe Pepe was right. I mean, all I did was save as default. That shouldn't have made any difference, of course, but maybe it did. Nope, I'm not going to jinx it, Calvin. I'm going to leave well enough alone. I mean, if it works on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday next week, then I don't want to jinx it. So how I'd be, had I been in cap, really, I mean, this is just in the simulator, okay? Carvana, I'd be watching the SPY, and as long as the SPY keeps moving a little bit higher, see how, I mean, it's just basically Carvana is tracking the SPY right now anyway. So at this point, I would never be waiting for a 51.15 stop. Okay. Now, just to show you guys how you can get out of a trade, if I had a series of trades here, you just highlight the one you want to get out of and you flatten it. I'm just going to flatten that trade. Okay, it takes me out of the trade. So, quick $49 profit on 200 shares. Do that 10 times to make a living. As long as they all work. Now, I like to see now the max P&L column and the distance from the exit price column. This can give you a bit of an idea. Well, no, right now, the distance from the exit price, okay? The max P&L is telling me that when I got out of the trade, it was right at the very top of when I got out of the trade, that it was. It's probably not making a lot of sense. The distance from the exit price is giving me a better idea. Right now, it's telling me that, you know what, this moved 27 cents, 24 cents, it's a moving target, of course, above where you got out. So a couple of things. What you would not want to see is a max P&L. So at some point you might have been up $500 and then you get out for, say, a $49 gain, or worse, a loss. Okay. That's why I like to have these two columns. And then the distance from the exit price is telling me, okay, where you got out, which was at 51.66. Right now it's 30 cents above that. I mean, are you ever going to be able to completely get out at the top? No, but you would not want to see this maybe be $2 or $3 either. Okay, so it's just sort of it gives you a good idea about how good are your exits. How are you managing your exits? Okay, I'm convinced bounce plays are the way to go, guys. So let's take a look at Nova. Be a lot easier. Look at Nova, but you can see it's right with the market. So if I were truly in any one of these would be more like scalp plays, I think, because you're going to have to. It's so dependent on what the market's doing, and the minute the market would turn on you, you would have to probably get out. And I don't love trading that way, but on the other hand, I mean, this has not been a big bounce. Well, 1287, it got down to 1284. So that's right. That's how I was when I was trying this out. So there's your entry, okay, for CVNA. That was the alert, but it moved down below that. And then what I would say is if it gets back up to that level, that means that there'd be some little bit of a bottoming tail, right? That you could put your stop at. So you take your entry right around there. You put your stop at the low of the candle, and then see what happens. That could be that could be a strategy for people. Not easy though. I mean, bouncers and toppers are not easy, but you need some kind of a there's some free ones out there, Calvin, but I don't know if you want to mess around with that. I mean, there's some free if you Google doing videos or something to that effect on your screen, there's lots of free software out there that allows you to do videos. What are my thoughts on dollar DLTR? Wow, is that ever ugly? I remember they had earnings, didn't they, on the 24th? Yeah, right here. So it has just been ever since earnings. I mean, this was a $142 stock. They came out with earnings and it got down to 123. And yeah, it rested here for a few days, 3 days. But ever since then, it has just, keeps moving down. So I'm not sure, like, what would you be looking at? Like a little bounce play or something? But this is, I mean, this stock is just absolutely, nobody wants it. You see, on a day like today, I would be, if you got anything, especially, the market's moving down most of the day, any sort of a top you would think is ripe for a short at some point. So here we go. Okay. As an example, 53.10 was the alert at 1246. It moved up, got up to 53.7. Now that may be a little too far away, but you could say, okay, maybe put an alert at 53.05 and see if it moves down from there. That might be a little too far away though. I mean, that ran quite a bit from the alert. So again, Brian, are you talking about swinging it, or are you talking about in terms of dollar trade? Are you talking about just an intraday trade? Like, are you trying to say, okay, I think this is the bottom? You just have to ask, just like you did, Chris. So if somebody asked me for my bouncers toppers. Ah, I don't want to do that. Just give me a moment. Okay, so there it is, Chris. There's the bouncers toppers. So again, just a word about it. There are two alerts in here, two scans. So here they are, potential toppers. So these are stocks that have, maybe topped out, potential bouncers. Okay, there they are. If you want to see what each individual scan is looking for, then you can break it out because you can now before I do that, if you get this on your screen and then you click on configure all, and I don't know why there's no name here. I must have I'll just get rid of that. And select all. Okay, well, just select all. I think I was demonstrating how you can put an alert window into a multi-strategy window or just get rid of it. So these are that's why. Okay. In this particular case, there were no common filters. So if you want to see the filters that are used here, okay, so again, right click on the window, right click on the window, hover over strategies, and then there's potential toppers. Another box will pop up, and then open the alert window. Then this is going to tell you what it's looking for. Right click and click on configure. Now, this may not be what you want exactly. You might want a different price range. Okay. But this is what it's looking for. The price is between $1 and $100, 500,000 share minimum. The stock was up at least 5-minute candles in a row. It's up above the VWAP. The RSI is at least 78. Okay. So these are stocks that in theory could be a little extended in theory. So you'll get an alert two ways, if it makes a new high or a 5-minute low. Most of them are probably going to trigger on a new high. So if you wanted to know, you can probably, you'll be well, there it is. You see this one triggered on a new 5-minute low. But these are stocks that are moving up and now made a 5-minute low. Actually, I'm liking this. I might have to really examine it next week. So if you wanted them just individually, you could just break them out. Okay, you could just break them out. Like for instance, some of you don't want to short, and then there are the bouncers. Okay, so these are ideas to go long, like a bounce play. So it's up to you. I mean, I obviously don't mind it in a multi-strategy window. I've grouped two contrasting scans and put them into a multi-strategy window. But you don't have to. You can separate them out if you want. And then of course you could go into each individual one of them and you can make the changes if you wanted to. Change in meaning maybe you don't want that price range. Maybe you wanted to change something in here. Up to you, of course. I think what I am going to do though So now this is going to tell me why it was alerted. Most of them are going to be no lows for the day, but some, like that's a 5-minute low. Okay, that's a 5-minute low. So I think I'm just going to, I added that. Now, also, Chris, this is the don't repeat version. Okay, this is the don't repeat version. So you will not get, you will not get the symbol over and over again. Okay, I mean that again, that'll be up to you. So you'll just see the first time it was alerted. So you click on it and then you check to see what's happening. If that makes sense. Remember, this is the repeat version of the abnormal option activity. So when RDW kept making a new low, you keep seeing it over and over and over again. But here is the first time we had the alert. Hasn't moved very much. You'll see the time, 129. I kind of like this on the bouncers toppers though, because the bouncers toppers, I mean, you wouldn't expect an immediate bounce or an immediate top. Okay. So you might miss something. You might miss an alert and say, well, I wonder if this has really moved from there. Take a look at Carvana. There was the alert. Well, we know that one moved. So here's Rely as an example. This is now a topper. Let's see what it looks like. So you can see exactly what it's looking like. And it's coming into potentially a resistance area because that is the next high looking left on the daily chart. You can't see it because I'd have to expand my daily chart. It's possible, that this might stop it. Whole number. So at this point, what I'm going to do is how is it going to trade? Will give me a bit of a topping tail, so I can put that as my stop. I also, by the way, I also have a sound alert on here. Okay. So I'll let you guys take it off. Okay. But here it is. Who asked for that? Ben? Yeah. So I'll just give it to you. Actually, you know what I'll do? I will save this without the sound. Okay, so now here it is, Ben. For me, I'm going to put the sound back on. Oops. Yeah, I think I'm okay. Tell me when you load it. Is there a sound? Well, I can do it myself. Okay. Don't load that one. I'm sorry. I forgot to save the fact that I didn't put a sound on it. Okay, so do it again. Right click, properties, actions, take off the sound, say okay. I think I didn't do that. Now I'll save it, share it with you. Okay. Okay, there it is. Well, I just put the link in, Ben. So there is the link. Have you ever loaded a cloud link before? If you haven't, just tell me. I'll show you. I'll show you what to do. Okay. So just click on the link when you. Let me get rid of some of this. Okay. When you click on the link, hopefully you can see what I'm doing. You click on the link and it should show up. A new tab should be created with the link in it. Okay. You see it up here. All you do then is just highlight it. I dragged and I highlighted it. Copy it. Control C. Now it's copied. The link is now copied. And now file load from cloud. And notice that it's already it's in the box here. Sorry, it's in the box here. Notice it ends in 175B7, 175B7. So that is the correct link. And then you just load it. And then it should pop up on your screen. Let me know if that worked. I'll do it again. If I went too, excuse me, if I went too quickly, I'll do it again. Okay, this would be a real tight stop, okay? But let's put the stop, actually, there's the next high looking left. Let's put the stop, this just for fun. I'm going to now short this one, 300 shares. I'm going to sell it, send, and we put the stop. We're going to put the stop at, let's say 2602 or so. 05. I'll make it, give it a little bit of room. This, on a day like today, especially again, well, the toppers might work a little bit better, but I consider this more of a scalping type style because, I mean, you still want to get your 1 for 2 risk reward, but I don't think that you're going to get massive moves like you can, like this sort of a move up. I don't know if you're going to get like a massive move down. You're just what you're banking on is maybe it's running out of steam for a while and gives it up a bit and then maybe starts again. Oh, really? I think you've told me that before, Pepe. Oh, okay, so I don't have to worry about that. Okay, thank you. I won't, good to know. I think you told me that before, but I forgot. Yeah, no, for sure. So that means I can go in here, get rid of that one, get rid of that one. And I still have that one. Okay. Now, ASUR, you're saying it's a good short. I did notice it showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, it didn't move. I mean, yeah, it was a great short earlier on, even from here. Now, it didn't show up on my 10-day daily breakdown until 9:26, and the reason being, and you notice that there are hardly any alerts in either the breakout or the breakdown, and the reason for that is that I have a very tough filter in both of them. the relative volume has to be, has to be 8. And you can see that 8, no, not AKRL, but the ASUR is just now a little bit over 8. That's why it wouldn't show up earlier. No idea, Calvin, no idea. Well, you can still have his scans. I still have his scans if you want them. They're a lot like the bouncers toppers. I mean, it's just a little more extreme, I think, in his setup. Okay, guys, now look what's happening. So on this bounce here, the rely, now look what's happening with the market though. So not the bounce, sorry, this topping. Maybe that'll stop it from moving higher. With this market now starting to put in another red bar. FLJ, let's see what FLJ looks like. FLJ. Yeah, so I wouldn't have had that in mind because I had a minimum price. Okay, this is what I will do. I will put an alert right here, just over 25, and see if it gets some a little enthusiasm into this one later on in the day for RYZB. This one, the NFRA, yeah, you can see not a lot of enthusiasm for it. I mean, it did pop up to what 1776, but this was, has slipped below the offering price. So there's no big enthusiasm for this one, this NMRA, not today anyway. Hmm. Oh, I must have got rid of them. I must have got rid of the triggered ones. Yeah. Because I wanted to see what the structure was for this NMRA. What was the actual IPO price? $17. So it's below the IPO price. Okay. So not a lot of enthusiasm for it right now anyway. So now look at Carvana. Okay, so remember now it's just a nickel from the exit. So again, short-lived bounces, short-lived bounces. When bounce plays really work well, you get a day where the market gaps down, and then all of a sudden it just, you know, moves higher and higher and higher for the rest of the day. That's when bounce plays. Haven't seen a day like that for a while. My favorite day though, because a lot of stocks are, just move down with the market. It's not, call it, any fault of their own. It's not like they had bad news, bad earnings, or anything like that. They're just moving with the market. And then if the market trends up for 2 or 3 hours, you can get some fantastic bounce plays. You just haven't had a market like that for a while, or a day like that for a while. So, William, I can't remember what you said. Are you going to stick around from 3 to 4, or are you going to head out? $3.30. Okay. Excuse me. So, William, I'll be taking off probably at 3. Again, I'll always stay later if there are questions, but if there are no questions, then I'll probably wrap my portion up at 3. William will keep the room open until 3:30. He will not be on the mic, and he won't be sharing the screen, but you guys can still talk amongst yourselves. I'll put in YouTube, I'll put the link to get into the main room. I can't keep YouTube open. If you want to head over and have another, if you hadn't had enough, you want another half hour. No, he didn't. Want to learn about options? Well, PJ, I know trades options, so he may steer you into. I know there are some, option websites out there that'll give you the basics. Oh, today he said, really? I don't think he will. Well, Calvin, look what happened. It stopped doing it. On this short of a rely that I've got going on here, it stopped. It stopped updating the today P&L and the max P&L. Yeah, it was fun while it lasted. All right, guys. 211. So I would have to have that open all the time? Or what you're saying is if it doesn't work, then try it? Because I don't want this up and running all the time, but so what you're saying, I think, is if I get to a situation where it's not updating, then do that and see if that fixes it? 'Cause that would be it'd be a quick fix. Oh, I see. So hmm, but you're not saying that if it doesn't work and then I click on this, maybe it'll start to work, but if I want to delete it again or I don't want to see it, it may go back. I'll try that the next time. Okay, guys, my new strategy, playing bouncers and toppers, another one that's working well, the rely. You see, and where a bouncer topper would not work very well, probably though, is in a market that just sort of trending sideways. Because you're not getting big tops, you're not getting big bottoms. So probably no shorts available, right? MNRA today. No shorts available. Interactive brokers for those two, only for AMP. And I think real you would also say on the rely, wasn't it right at the top of a channel? I'm looking at a 5-minute channel. Wasn't it right at the top? If you're still around, I don't know if you're still around. And that's the RELY. Now, yesterday, this was not working for me. Let's see if it's working for me today. Ah, it's working for me. Okay. Demonstrate this market scope. So this is something that is relatively new, guys. It's on our new website. You click on the website. This is what you're going to see now, and you click on market scope, and you get this heat map. Now it's only for stocks moving higher, but you do have the biggest losers here, the biggest gainers here also. Okay, so this is a heat map. So this is the change from the close. I actually like to have it change from the open. Well, let's take a look at WHLR. I haven't seen this one probably all day. So, but this gives you, I don't know, at a glance, the ones that have moved the most, heat map style, and then you can also click on any one of these. The symbol will load. You can pick your time frame, 5, 10, 15. And what this is good for, I would call it I mean, you need a subscription to Trade Ideas. So if you have a subscription right now, okay, you'll have access to this. The issue with it right now, though, is of course you can only have this open or your program open. You can't have them open at the same time. I can because I've got two accounts, so that's why I can have them open at the same time. But this is what I would call more for maybe the I don't want to say casual because it still requires that you have some trading experience because you see this annex is up. Now, what are you going to do with it? Is this good to you to trade or not? But what it does is it's sort of a little bit like the AI in that you don't have to do anything. These are just fed to you. Okay. And you do have, different, have some stock races here. Okay. So you do have some stock races here also that you can take a look at. Top lists. I think most people will probably focus on the market scope at the beginning anyway. You have your choice, change from the open, change from the close, change in the last 30 minutes. I want to see stocks that have moved the most in the last 30 minutes. There's the UPTD, that wild one. You know what, guys? Forget everything else. Everything I've talked about for the last, I don't know, 10 years. Forget about everything. All we have to do are the bouncers, toppers. Look at the Rely now. Seriously, I mean, this is awesome. So if I looked at this, and I'll be honest with you guys, I did take the trade in my real account just for fun. Didn't take, doesn't matter how many shares I took. I've traded out of it though. But if I were still in it, I'd be watching this 25.57. But I'll flatten this out. I think the difference, William, is as you say sometimes, you're just early. I would need more confirmation to get into some of these things. You seem to take them, you take them early and then you'll add. And I understand how you do it. I'm not sure I could trade like that. But this is awesome. Seriously, this is awesome. Next, especially with a market like this. Okay, I mean, I don't know how many alerts we would have had all day. So here's another one, ADM. So now this is a potential. This is now the potential bounce. Okay, this was you got the alert at 78.68. This would be more like a scalp bounce, but the market is not helping. It's kind of bounced on its own. I will definitely be watching that next week. You see, this is wrong also, or I think Pepe, you told me what to do. This should be adding somehow. I have to have the total up here. Oh, maybe it's right because yeah, it's looking at the 65.50 loss for the arm. Okay, it is probably right. All right, guys. Questions. Before I do, in about 40 minutes, I guess, I'll be heading out. One last look at my homepage and the scans. I'm probably going to have to add. I used to have the bouncers toppers as part of my ones that I was sharing, but you know what? I want to test it a little bit next week before I add it to my homepage. I'm sorry, Calvin. Are you talking about the Rely? Oh, to goods. Oh, I see. Okay. You're talking about the bouncers, yeah, Pepe. I used to have the bouncers toppers in there, but I deleted it. I didn't want to overload, but I may add it back, get rid of one, and add it back. Okay, guys, I am now going to just go over briefly what my homepage is all about. Oh, I see. I see what you mean. I didn't mean to post that link. Yeah, I didn't mean to post that link. Thanks. Yeah, okay. I see now. I was trying to put my homepage in and I accidentally posted something else. So can I get rid of it? Yeah, I can't get rid of it. Try to, there's a trick. Yeah, so just disregard that link that I put in there, guys. There's no text with the link. It's hard for me to delete the post. Because when I click on it, it just wants to load it. Ah, yeah, the guy told me, yeah, I had to be just really careful how to do it. Okay, guys, looking at my homepage one last time. So if you click on my homepage link, obviously a way to take out a subscription. If you want to take out a subscription, right there, Barry 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do want to take out an annual, I can get you a better promo for 25%. You just have to let me know. Getting started, you must do the getting started. If you take out a subscription, take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Goes through your download and install, your first startup and login, goes through alert windows, top list windows, things like that. Trading 101, if you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is a series of videos that Michael Noss at Trade It Is put together. All free. Stock of the day, free. Trade of the week, free. You can sign up for the Trade of the Week. If you sign up and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you do that and it's not there, check your promotions folder if you have Gmail. Education section is right here. And then again, here are my scans. So yeah, I'll probably add, depending what I do, depending on how I like what I see next week. Probably give it a week to see whether or not it's interesting. Bouncers and toppers. But here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Okay. So as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, all I ask, save my homepage link, click on it, get to this point here, and use my promo code, whatever it is. The time when you click on it helps the room immensely, keeps the room free. There's a cost obviously to running the room, so for free. So all the company wants to see is okay, the marketing that we do, that I do, that is paying off. Now, even this, this would be more of a scalp, because I'm not sure where you put your stop. 78.68. I mean, it didn't really budge that much down below it, but it's interesting because it's moving and the market is not helping it. I mean, look at the SPY, and ADM is moving, putting a nice green candle there, and the market is not helping it at all. So guys, if this works, that's all I'll do. That and play crazy SPACs. Yeah, I mean, it hasn't gone negative, MSOS. You hate Lululemon? JC. Okay. Do you have a green ball in your toolbar? Do you have a green ball? Or is it red, or is it orange, or is it yellow? Can you see my screen? Okay. So more than likely, and this just happened today. Okay. Yesterday was fine. Just going to wait for another yes. You haven't opened it since August 1. Okay. More than likely, it's because you haven't signed your exchange agreements. Okay. This is something that people have to do every year, once a year, usually on the anniversary of your subscription, or maybe something else. It's more than likely, and you would have received an email, but you probably disregarded it. Okay. So it's almost for sure that's the reason. Unless your subscription has expired. And the only other thing could be maybe your credit card has expired. But if your credit card has not expired and your subscription has not expired, more than likely it's because you have not filled out the exchange agreements that everybody has to go through every single year. We hate it, but nothing we can do about it. The exchanges require it. So all you have to do then is this, JC. Oh, the renewal was September 1st. So maybe that's it. But it may be the exchanges. So listen, do this, okay? Click on the TI homepage. Click on the TI homepage, okay? And then when this pops up, need help, click on the need help. And then give them your email address so they can ask a question. Give them your email address. There are people there right now. Give them your email address so they can take a look at your account, and they'll get you set. Okay? Okay. Are we good? They'll just look at your account, but make sure you give them the right email address so they can, the one you use to sign up for Trade Ideas, and they'll tell you exactly what's going on. Okay. Okay, JC, or have you gone? Okay, good, good. All right, guys, 2:33, 27 minutes left for me. William says he'll keep the room open till 3:30. So when I get off the mic and stop displaying my screen, you guys can still chat amongst yourselves for another half hour. But as always, I will stick around after 3 if there are some questions. Could be, Calvin. Yesterday was awesome. As we call it, though, the Southwest, the Pacific Southwest. It's all contextual. It is kind of weird, though, and my wife asked me the other day, how come we couldn't get a U.S. guy to run the trading room? Yep, I was the first. I was the only. Yeah, I asked. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But they may have said that. Oh, okay, but the guy's up in Canada. Surely we can get somebody down in the States to do it. Well, you've been around a long time, Calvin, too. You've been a long time subscriber, haven't you? All right, guys. I know we're getting a little off topic here, but good short on the arm, guys. Yeah, that was a nice $2 drop or so. Let's see if there's still shorts available. Not that I'm going to do it now. I'm done. Yeah, so 77,000. Be interesting to see on Monday morning if they all get snapped up. Because was it the valuation then of this? No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. Is it something about compared to Nvidia? So remember yesterday somebody asked me about. I said that they're only like 9% in the float, and I guess that's because SoftBank owns 90%, and they did not, of course, put them out in the float. So I think that's why I mean the arm can do what it did. Oracle, well, Oracle had two competing price targets from big guys this week. One had it at 100 and the other had it at 120, maybe even higher. Hmm. Hey guys, well, what I should do is take a look at some of the previous ones from the sponsors toppers and just see what happened. This wouldn't have been too bad, even if you had waited for the 5310. Not too bad. I mean, you're not going to get rocket ships out of these, but you just have to look at a chart also. So what I'm saying is this. So you had the alert, 5310. Remember, anything in orange is a potential short. So we got the alert at 5310. You can see there's the arrow. This is the arrow. And then it moved from 5310 up to 5380 before it started to move down. So, that's the trick. And when are you going to really try to short this? Because, is it going to keep moving down? But even if you wait for that original 5310 alert, I mean, you're giving up a lot. But if you'd taken it there and it moved all the way down to 5271, not bad, 40 cents. And you could have said, well, the most, there would have been probably where it would stall. That's where it stalled, below that 15-minute candle. The problem is, where are you going to put your stop? Where are you going to put your stop? You don't want to put it way up here. That's way too big a stop. But anyway, Shady, you showed up. Just wanted to, yeah, made a great call yesterday on the arm. Somebody mentioned that in the pre-market. I recall you said around $57. I think it was right around here, $57, $58, and boy, what a run it had. No, no, no. So Leanne, what he's the 62.75, 61.30. So he's saying he must be in it now, triggered at 62.75 for him, and he'll put a stop at the low here, 61.30, approximately 61.30. Oh no, this was yesterday. If you were in the room yesterday, he made a call yesterday when it was down here around 58, I think 57, around 58. And from there, it just zipped higher. Even in regular hours, it got up to 60, 60, what, 50, 66. If it held some, man, it kept ripping higher and higher and higher. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that post from Shady earlier. All right, guys, 15 minutes or so. So again, any question? Ask me now. So you must be thinking this is going to move quite a bit, Shady, because I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, well, maybe it's going to stall around 64. If it did, with that stop, that certainly would not be a 1 for 2, but you're obviously thinking it can take out 65. 65.04 is the VWAP, yeah. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a trade here. I want to see if this updates like it's supposed to, and if it doesn't, then I'm going to try what Pepe suggested. Why don't I do the ARM? I'll just take 100 shares of ARM or 200 shares of ARM, buy it, send it. Okay, so it did not update. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, it did update. You know what? I can't do ARM because I did this before, so I'm going to get out of the trade. Sorry. Oh, I need a new. I want a new stock. So let's just take. Let's take Atom. 100 shares, buy it. I'm just trying to test to see whether or not. I want to see if this max P&L moves. Okay, now maybe it's not enough. It hasn't moved enough. Get out of this one and get something that's moving. I'll try Carvana. I'm trying to find something that might be moving a little bit. So, oh, the other thing I can do is just take more shares. Okay, I'm going to take 500 shares, 600 shares of this. I'm going to buy at the market. Okay, now I just all I'm looking for. I want to see if this max P&L. And another one that's just not moving. Okay, I'll try Airbnb. Just need something that's moving. Yeah, but it's not okay. It's an expensive. Okay, I'll try Shady's TQQQ and just see what happens. Come on, charts. Okay, so let me take 500 shares of this, buy it, send it. Yeah, so that worked. Nope, wait a minute, TQQ right here. Okay, so that max P&L did change. Okay, so I'm looking for one that doesn't change. I'll try it next week. Oh, okay, guys. Well, 9 minutes. Sono spikes. Okay, let's take a look at Sono. Yeah, no kidding. Nice move from 13 to 1339, kind of out of nowhere. I haven't seen this one for a long time. I remember these days when it was just so crazy up to 24 and then it drops all the way back down to 14, moves up again, big drop again. Might have been earnings play here. Might have been an earnings play. I don't know. May, early May, maybe another one here. All right, guys. Are there any last minute questions? I may just pack it in now. So what I'm going to do in YouTube is I'll give you guys the link to get into the main room if you still want to talk about trading. Okay, traders are still there. But when I shut down the YouTube room, you can head over to the main room. Well, you're in the main room, K-Pal. You're in it. It's more action. More conversing amongst traders, okay? You're in the main room. Oh, you mean you've come over from the YouTube room? Didn't know that there was a main room. Okay. I think is that what you meant? I know it's a little confusing. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, you're in the main room. You don't have to. YouTube is it's easier to get into. That's about, I guess, the only benefit, I suppose. A little easier to get into, but there's just not as much action. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut down now. So I'll keep the room open, of course. William will keep the room open for another 35 minutes. So have a great weekend, and we'll see you on Monday. I'm putting myself on mute now. Well, first putting myself on mute. Well, first all screen sharing will disappear. Okay. Putting myself on mute in the main room. And you guys can still hear me in YouTube. I will say adios to you guys now.